Welcome, everybody, to the Millburn Township Planning Board meeting in accordance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. Be advised that notice of this meeting was made by posting on the bulletin board at Town Hall and serving the officially designated newspapers a list of the meeting dates annually, indicating that this meeting would take place at the Millburn Board of Education Center Building at 7:30 p.m. on May 21st, 2025. Roll call, please.
Corey Biller.
Here.
Allison Canfield.
Here.
Michael Cohen. Here. Frank Sagamundi.
Here.
Jorge Mastropietro.
Here.
Michael Zion. Jonathan Baxter.
Here.
Srini Vijay.
Here.
Gaston Halpert.
Here. Just before we start, I would like to make a note that if you do come up to speak, or if any of the board members are speaking, please activate your microphone and make sure you're speaking into the microphones at the front. We had some audio problems last time, and we will remind you if we can't hear you over the speakers. All right. First order of business is approval of minutes from April 2nd, 2025. Board, were there any comments on those minutes that were circulated? Nope. I make a motion to approve the minutes from April 2nd, 2025. Do I have a second? All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. We need to approve the memorializing resolution for the capital review project of the town hall renovation. Board, were there any comments on the resolution? Do I have a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Do we need a roll call or all?
A roll call on the resolution. Did we have a tie on the second? I didn't get who it
No. He was in
was.
it.
Deferred, okay.
Corey Biller.
Yes.
Allison Canfield.
Yes.
Michael Cohen.
Yes.
Jorge Mastropietro.
Yes.
Frank Sagamundi.
Yes.
Michael Zion.
Yes.
Jonathan Baxter.
Yes.
Srini Vijay.
Yeah, I was there last time.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. You're right. Gaston Halpert.
Yes. Oops, excuse me. So we are going to continue with application 24003. Over the last week or so, we've gotten in a lot of documents and have a little bit more ground to cover. I would like to ask Mr. Levine, counsel for the applicant, to come to the front. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. Is this working okay?
Eileen, can you hear?
You have to speak like literally your mouth has to be right on top. I'm telling you.
Really? Right on top.
Now we can hear you.
That's right on top. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. Just for the record, Michael Levine with Fox Rothschild on behalf of the applicant, the High Center. So the chairman is correct. The board may recall at the last hearing there were some open requests from some of the board's professional consultants that the applicant attended to in the interim. One was, you'll recall that we submitted revised plans, Rev E as in Edward. And there was substantial testimony as to the details of those revisions. One thing that we did not have at the last hearing were the underlying test results, where there were additional test pits, additional soil sampling that was done to confirm the proper soil classification for the site, the depth of the seasonal high water table, and that raw data was not available. We had preliminary verbal indications from the contractor as to what those results were. We did not have those in writing. Since then, those were reduced to writing and submitted to the board and its consultants. In addition to that, it was Mr. Fissinger, who's taking a look at the revised plans, wanted additional kind of blown-up detail with regard to the mouth of the driveway exiting out onto Old Short Hills Road. It was unclear from what had been submitted whether the design proposal would necessitate garbage truck in particular having to have a conflict trying to exit the property with retaining walls, and whether or not they're going to have to traverse any grassed areas as opposed to exclusively paved asphalt areas in order to make that turning movement. Exhibit was prepared and submitted showing a proposed design that confirms that neither one of those would be an issue, and that in fact the full-size garbage truck can make that turning movement out of the site successfully, and at the same time not cross over into northbound traffic on Old Short Hills Road. Also, Ms. Callahan had asked for a calculation confirming that the existing storm sewer in Old Short Hills Road has sufficient existing capacity to accept new flows, both the source and the volume of flows that would result from the development of this proposal, and that was verified. Those calculations were submitted along with a diagram showing specifically where the drainage pipes connect to the physical manhole in Old Short Hills Road, what those existing flows are at maximum, assuming maximum capacity, taking account of the additional flows post-construction from this development, and showing not only that the existing pipes could accommodate that, but there's still excess capacity remaining in those pipes, even in the post-construction condition. Those, I believe, were the three submissions in response, just kind of confirming submissions that had been requested by the board's consultants. The only other thing I can update with the board was there was a lot of discussion and questions and suggestions and thoughts bandied about with regard to the landscaping and buffering, the continuing buffer issue on the western edge of the property. Excuse me. I can stipulate for the board on behalf of the applicant that they're not proposing to relocate any of that landscaping or change the species, but in recognition of the differences in topography that have been discussed at length, they will agree that they would revise that landscaping plan to show that at initial planting, all of those trees would be a minimum of 8 to 10 feet at planting, taller than was originally proposed and taller than is required by the ordinance, in a further effort to screen, and there's an extensive discussion about cars making a right-hand turn into the westernmost lane of parking stalls in order to further address that concern. So there is not a supplemental submission. That's just simply a simple matter of revising the landscaping table to show that at initial planting, those would be 8 to 10 feet tall. And that's, I think, where we left off and what was submitted in response to board consultants' requests. I think there was also a discussion as to procedurally moving forward with public statements is, I think, where we left off.
But before we do that, Before we do that, I do want to ask, does the board have any questions on the supplemental information that has been received, either on the driveway reconfiguration or stormwater calcs, soil tests?
No, I have a question about you mentioned the trees and that you weren't changing the species. Can you remind us what species were or are?
I think they're green giant arborvitae is what they're called out on the plans.
Okay, so evergreen.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, evergreen, correct.
Mr. Chairman, I may, if I may, not a question, but just a couple of quick related items. One, just for the record, I just wanted to confirm the soil investigation report that was referenced by applicant's counsel, I believe came in May 16, and the two other items which were in one report, the driveway exit template and the calculation of the existing stormwater capacity came in via a submission on May 20, just to get the dates on the record. I did note that there was also both Mr. Levine counsel for the applicant, and Ms. Dory, counsel for the representative objector, Sustainable Development, made submissions that were more in the way of legal argument for the most part, I guess. It could be, as well as perhaps planning. There was a submission also with Ms. Dory's that had an expert report from Mr. Keller as well on the, in response to what Mr. Levine said, just to get everything on the record that has been received in the interim between the last meeting and this meeting. And then I believe we did receive something referred to as a buffer exhibit from applicant today. And all those items, as I understand it, were distributed to the board members, and I believe also put up on the website. Number one. Number two, it may be that the board wishes at a minimum to hear from Ms. Callahan and/or Mr. Fishinger with respect to the additional items related to stormwater, soil testing, and the turning template and exit for the waste disposal onto Old Short Hills Road, but I'm only venturing a guess.
Mr. Fishinger, do you have any comments or questions on the new submissions?
Rumor has it it's directional, and you have to speak very closely.
Yes, I believe it is. So no real questions. I did have an opportunity to review it. It was sent to me, I think, late last night. Just for the board to know, they ended up making some modifications to the way the truck turned. They ended up using a smaller garbage truck. I think initially they used the default largest one, so it's a slightly smaller garbage truck. And they did end up adding a little bit of sidewalk or widening the sidewalk right along the roadway, but I don't see any issues with the design. There was, on the earlier plans, there was a utility pole that I thought was a conflict. It turns out that utility pole's not there. I guess it was on their survey inadvertently, but unless there's any questions from the board, I find the turning template, the revised one's acceptable. It shows that the truck can make the turn.
I do have one question, and forgive me because I don't have an expertise in reviewing these, but when I saw the template, it seemed that the truck has to go on the sidewalk. Am I just reading that wrong?
It does come close. It is tight, and generally speaking, these turning templates are conservative, but it stays on the driveway apron. It doesn't actually jump onto the sidewalk.
Okay.
If the board is concerned, what I would suggest, if you're worried about the garbage truck getting on the sidewalk, would be to ask the applicant to make that section of sidewalk a thicker reinforced, instead of a standard 4-inch concrete sidewalk, make it a 6-inch reinforced section, so if a truck does swing over the turn, it's not going to crack the sidewalk.
I'm less concerned with the sidewalk and more concerned that the truck won't go onto the sidewalk and then will take a bigger radius into Old Short Hills Road.
The way it's shown is it can swing the turn without needing to get either on the sidewalk or go over the double yellow. And they said these turning templates are usually conservative. A truck driver can swing the turn a little bit tighter than the templates can show.
So with regards to the change in size, it seems to me a little bit like it's cheating unless we get some sort of guarantee that the size of the garbage truck will be the one, either at least the same or smaller than the one they've depicted in their revised plan that they sent, right?
Yeah,
'Cause if
that's my opinion, it's a very reasonable request. I won't speak for the applicant. They can confirm if that's acceptable to them or not.
Do you have any idea of what the standard garbage truck size is, and is the one that they're proposing now non-standard?
They're using what's roughly a 34-foot long garbage truck, which is a typical garbage truck. I think before they were showing the largest garbage truck you could get. In this case, the 34-foot one is a pretty typical garbage truck, but I'll leave it to the board if they want to make that a condition.
Or perhaps, better yet, if the applicant wishes to stipulate to it, the board doesn't have to impose it.
I think that was, yeah, I mean, we would be using a private car, hauler, so we can just ask, that they use a truck that's 34 feet, not an oversized truck, the standard 34 feet. Certainly instruct them to do that.
So I take that as a
Yes.
yes. Okay.
You mentioned, they widened the sidewalk, but I also remember reading in here that did not affect the calculation for that lot size ratio, which they were really, really close to. And I guess I don't understand what the offset was to the widening of the sidewalk.
So and of course, the applicant can call its site engineer back up, but typically, there's a 2 to 3 foot grass strip between the curb and the sidewalk. In that specific area, they have the sidewalk going all the way to the curb.
But doesn't that change the calculation for the coverage that they were, I mean, I know that's not your area, but you're the one
I
that
believe
mentioned it.
the letter, and I'll let Mr. Ferrante speak for himself, the letter that accompanied this analysis had pointed out that all of that sidewalk was in the public right-of-way, not on their site, so it doesn't count as part of the impervious, but obviously you can ask Mr. Ferrante to clarify that.
Can you confirm that?
I can confirm that
Okay.
it's in the public right of way. And that's shown on the plan.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Bishinger. Ms. Callahan, have any comments or questions for the applicant?
For the applicant?
Yes, comments on anything that was submitted or questions about it? Yes.
Or perhaps also advice, analysis and advice to the board, members of the public, as to your review of that report?
It's a little down for me. Oops. Break it. Okay, I'm good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, we did receive the soil boring information for there were 9 new test pits that were dug. And they indicated, they did do test pits in both areas where they have proposed the permeable paving and the brick system, the storage system underneath. And in the lower parking lot, they indicated that there was a shallower water table depth. So the shallower system that was designed would work in this vicinity. And it's also, the redesign of the stormwater system was also a closed system. It didn't allow infiltration because we thought the seasonal high water table was too high. And so therefore it wouldn't work. And it did indicate it, I think it was 3.5 feet down, which is relatively shallow for a water table. In the upper parking lot, I believe the water table was a little bit lower. So those were the numbers. The areas that we were really concerned about was where they were putting the major stormwater detention. They also did soil borings in the southwest corner of the site. We're not really working over in that area. And it indicated a very good soil layer. Hydrologic soil group A, I believe, was in the southwest corner, which would indicate good perk, but we're not working over there, not intending to do any infiltration in that vicinity. So, the soils report, I believe, was adequate. The soils borings, the locations where they took them, and gave Mr. Franti enough information to be able to take the system as designed and tweak it in areas so that we're sure that it will function as designed and it will produce the results that the DEP is looking for, the reductions in the stormwater runoff. And I'm of the opinion that the system will work. Now, there may be some tweaks that may be required, but I don't think it's anything drastic, so. And as far as the calculations for the 24-inch diameter pipe that's in the street, there was a question about whether the outfall that is coming from the system, which is approximately 8 cubic feet per second, whether that was going to overwhelm the system in the street. And the calculations demonstrated that there's still about 24 cubic feet per second capacity available in that pipe as it heads downstream. So that 8 cubic feet per second addition into the system isn't going to affect the way the system operates. Our storm sewer system in the street. So. Any questions?
I do have a couple. For the stormwater piping calcs, I believe, and I know it's not testimony, but it was mentioned that it has been observed that at that manhole, we've had a lot of, I guess, water coming out, overflow.
Overflow, yeah.
When we do have it. So how is this extra 8 cubic feet per second going to affect that?
I don't think, that happens a lot. I mean, that's not a rare occurrence in our storm sewer system. Our storm sewer system is designed for a 25-year storm. We're talking about calculations of equivalent to a 100-year storm. So we're talking about like a maximum event happening. And I don't know when that manhole surcharged like that, but sometimes, that could be anything. That could be the pipe is plugged up with debris down the street and it's backing up. We don't know exactly why a particular manhole would surcharge until we go out and investigate it. And this, you wrote that in an email to me briefly, and that's the first time I've ever heard of that happening. And generally, if it's a big problem, we'll hear about it in the engineering department, we'll hear about it in DPW. We do have areas, we know we have situations, and we do what we can to correct them. But in this situation, I don't think a surcharge of that manhole, it's on the street, it's adjacent to the curb line, or, no wait, that might be more in the middle of the road. I don't think it's hurting anything, because at that point, when it's surcharging, we're probably getting a tremendous rainstorm. So we have water running down the street anyway. And it could just be a matter that this was it occurs when we have an abnormal cloud burst, sometimes that happens. And you just have to wait for the system to catch up. But I don't think that's indicative of it not having enough capacity. It's also that the pipe from Park Road comes in right at a 90-degree angle. It's just, it comes in and with a lot of force right into that manhole, and that itself could be causing a surcharge or causing an overflow situation to occur. But I don't see that as being something it's not flooding out a particular property when that happens. It's just following grade and running down Old Short Hills Road. But we can look into it. I'll talk to our DPW and we'll go out and pop the manhole cover and see if there's anything that is blocking it, or if there's we could TV the lines if it's really a problem situation. But I don't see that this additional 8 cubic feet per second that is coming off the site at a time when we're having a 100-year storm is something that is going to be a big cause for concern.
Okay, thank you. Second question on the soils test. The Objector's engineer had a question about, or maybe a claim that there need to be 2 soil tests per each treatment system. Is that the case? Or?
I've seen the BMPs. I know that what they're saying, but I think that would tend to be for something that is like, say you have a major development. It might be a whole, neighborhood new development, and you've got an area up here and an area there, and they have their own individual little storm sewer systems or stormwater management systems that are remote from each other. they're collecting just one sub-area, and eventually it all works its way out downstream from that development. In this case, I think of this stormwater system, they're all connected, and I think of it as one system. And so far, they've taken 14 test borings on this site. I think it's more than adequate to provide the indication of the soils that are there, the location, the elevation of the water table. I don't think that, I think they're adequate. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. And one last question on the infiltration rates that were tested for the soil samples. How does that relate to groundwater recharge? Because what it looks like is that these, I don't know, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 9 had actual flow rates through them. The other ones had 0. To me, that means that there should be some type of groundwater recharge happening, but now that we're paving over it or we're constructing over it, that is not happening. Does that count towards any type of groundwater recharge, or should it?
First of all, are we talking about groundwater mounding and groundwater recharge that's required as per the DEP? Because that's, or just infiltration, like you think it's a good idea to infiltrate water where we can to keep it from running off the site?
Yeah, both, actually. So whatever's not going into the ground is going off the site, so that'll be a reduction there. But then also recharging whatever was once there. We're paving over, you know, I don't know, how much was it? 81,000 square feet? No, I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a very large amount compared to what was there. And so having some type of infiltration is always a good thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, doing the test pits it's sort of a snapshot. I mean, if they did this testing in July, when we hadn't had rain for, you know, sometimes we have droughts in the summer, and we might not have rain for 4 weeks. We might have totally different results where infiltration would be a great idea. But you kind of want to take those test pits when, you know, you may have high groundwater table, so you've got sort of the worst case scenario kind of thing. And what this is indicating, that even though in one area the water table was lower than the other area, you still don't have, infiltration might not be a great idea because you do have that seasonal high water table that's relatively close to the grade level. When we do dry well inspections, I'll go out and do a dry well inspection that might be dug down to 14 feet, 12 feet down, and not see any water at all. So seeing water at 3 or 3.5 feet or 5 feet, that's kind of high. And so when they redesigned the stormwater system, because of the high water table question that came up, they designed it to not infiltrate. Now, infiltration is not required in accordance with the DEP because what they want is stormwater reductions of the, you know, the 100-year storm, the 22-year storm, and the 10-year storm. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you infiltrate. It means you're reducing the flow of water that's coming off the site at that particular time. And what they're doing is holding that water on the site and then allowing it to seep out at a later time when the storm sewer system has caught up. So they have shown that there are reductions as per the DEP regulations. They're not required to infiltrate. And if you have a site that won't accept the water, how do you force somebody to do it? You can't. You have the ground that you have. So.
Okay, and the recharge requirement that they're saying that there isn't one, how
We're
does
in,
that fit into it?
Essex County is Metropolitan Planning Area 1, and we're exempt from doing the groundwater recharge that other counties, other areas, more rural areas are required to do. Essex County is exempt from that, so not required.
Okay, so it's just more a matter of infiltration, slowing the flow of water off the site? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Just one question. You had mentioned during your testimony that you generally approve of the water management system. There might need to be some tweaks here and there.
Just, minimally, in the lower parking lot, they may want to raise that brick system up higher because the water table is higher in that area, and maybe spread that out a little bit more, make it the shallower system, but
Maybe, or may, or should?
I'm not doing the design. I mean, I want Mr. Ferranti to look at that, and I don't think that they should be setting this down in the water table. And if we know that that's where the water table is, and that was the whole question before when we were here in April, was we don't know where that seasonal high water table is exactly, and that's why we require them to go out and get more borings. Now that we have that information, that system in the lower parking lot may have to be raised up a little higher. I don't have, the exact numbers in front of me to see what that would look like.
Okay.
I would recommend that, yes. Make sure that that's up out of the water table.
Okay, thank you.
If I may. Is it typical for there to be such quote-unquote tweaks done in the event there is an approval, post-approval? Or is it generally all to be finalized before anybody gets any permits or actually begins any construction?
They would have to get a permit from us,
Right.
and we would have inspections done on this site. So I would be checking that. That would be one thing I'd be looking for, and I would be speaking with E2PM and discussing this. But these are, I think, small things that, when I talk about residential construction with dry wells that people, we have like 4,000 dry wells in this town that people have put in over the years, and I've done, I can't tell you how many inspections. I've been doing this since 1999, since 2000, doing dry well inspections. And so a lot of times I'll get a plan, and it'll say to put the dry well here, and I go out and look, and the contractor's got a hole excavated, and there's water in it. And, I'll say, well, obviously this dry well isn't going to work here. We're going to have to move it and then do something else with it. We tweak as we go. Sometimes it's a perfect situation. But these are small things that can be done, I think. I think the whole system that he's designed with the sand filter, with the permeable paving, with the brick storage system, with the outlet devices, I think that this, in my opinion, is a good system. It's not something he invented. This brick system has been around for a while. It's used in industrial sites. It's used in corporate sites. It's a good system, and I believe that it's going to work. And maybe the elevations just have to be shifted with the knowledge that we have in regard to the water table elevations.
Martha, I have a quick question, well, actually two. So, do you need DEP permit for this? Are you going to require a DEP?
No, there's no DEP permit that's required.
Okay, and then,
They're required to follow the DEP regulations because it's considered a major development.
okay, and then the other question is again, the Public's Eric Keller, the professional, he's still saying that this doesn't meet the stormwater standards. And is that, there obviously is a written standard, but your opinion was to take one core sample instead of two of each location? I mean, this is a major project. Is this, tell me the difference.
DEP also, their threshold for a major project is 1 acre of disturbance or more than 1/4 of an acre of impervious coverage, new impervious coverage. So that's kind of a small threshold, actually, because these BMPs, like I described earlier, if you have a big development, you may have a lot of different areas where you're collecting water in different remote discrete systems. And I think that this whole system works together as one. So I would treat the permeable paving and the brick system as being one stormwater system. And I believe they've got at least 4 test borings for this, what I consider one system. And that's, I think, where the disagreement may be.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is this is your opinion that this has been covered and this
Yes.
piece, okay. Mr. Chair, if, I'd like the opinion of also Mr. Keller and how that's listed here is that he still does not believe this meets the stormwater requirements, and it does need DEP permits. So I'd like to hear from Mr. Keller if that's allowed.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Just, a couple of things. Granted that the applicant was requested to make additional submissions, which they did. We certainly value the input of the board's consultants. Certainly the consultants and the board members have read the submissions, including the one from earlier today from Ms. Story and Mr. Keller. Those certainly should be addressed. What I would ask, though, is, at this point, that particular objector and their counsel, Ms. Story, have had multiple opportunities to question, to provide direct testimony, to present their own case. There are several members of the public that we've yet to hear from that have not had that opportunity yet. I would ask that before yet another bite at the apple, not that that won't happen, but I would urge the board to allow some of the other members of the public who've been coming out repeatedly month after month to have an opportunity to make the statements that they all want to make.
Absolutely, and I definitely, in due time, we're definitely going to get to it tonight, but I do feel like this is all coming to a head now. We're getting to the last pieces of information in. If we can just vet through it very quickly, hopefully Mr. Keller's questioning or comments will be at least brief. But yes, I noted, and we'll get to it as soon as possible. Thank you.
If we're moving to that, I don't know, Ms. Dory just stood up, she may be thinking the same thing as I am. Are we moving to that? If we're moving to that stage, while we've gone back and forth a bit, I think we may be able to view it as technically still hearing from the objector, the represented objector in their case. So there has been follow-up. Mr. Levine, are you're not asking to have Mr. Ferrante testify with respect to the soil test and the stormwater report that was previously submitted on the dates I stated earlier, is that correct?
Correct.
So I hate to use the word waiving, but to the extent you had a right to do that, you're waiving that right, at least for now. So as I understand it, for the record, correct?
Just with the regular understanding that, yeah, we reserve the right to, on rebuttal testimony, yeah, we don't plan to offer additional direct testimony.
Right,
from Mr.
okay. Then you have no objection, I take it, if the chair were to have Mr. Keller address those reports, perhaps consistently with what was submitted on his behalf, I think today. His report was dated May 19, but today is when it was submitted. You have no objection if that's what the chair wishes to do, and if that's not what the chair wishes to do, I apologize. I gleaned wrong.
You're right.
Okay, I got it right for once. No objection?
I don't have any objection, but I don't want to sandbag the board. I need to tell the board, I do not have authority from my client to grant another extension. We have submitted $15,000 escrow check after $15,000 escrow check. We're 15 hearings now. We started in September. I do not have the authority, as I stand here, to grant another extension. So please be mindful of that when allocating the time to, as you're right, this has come to a head. We're at the goal line. Please keep that in mind as you're allocating resources for the rest of tonight's hearing.
I'm sure the board understands what you're saying, and if I may, I would suspect, but I may be wrong, that the applicant wouldn't be foolhardy enough to not allow the board a full and fair opportunity to hear the entirety of the application, all objectors, all members of the public, as required by municipal land use law and case law. If and when that were to occur, the board will handle it appropriately pursuant to my advice, but it might not prove to be a prudent move on the applicant's part, frankly. But be that as it may. Defer to the
Thank you,
chair.
Ms. Callahan. Thank you. Ms. Story? Yeah. Can we hear from Ms. Story, or can we just go straight to Mr. Callahan?
Yeah, Mr. Roy, you're going to call Mr. Keller to address the new submissions,
Okay,
I assume?
Eric?
And just for the record, Mr. Keller's already testified in all three capacities, been accepted as an expert in all three capacities. I assume his licenses remain in good standing, and he remains under oath. And I assume this is, at least for now, the only anticipated additional testimony from Mr. Keller on the represented objector's behalf. Is that correct?
Yes,
So he'll be
Yes.
testifying as a civil engineer, I take it? And-
yes, primarily as a civil engineer, yes. Is this working? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Keller is still under oath.
I
guess you
just said that, yep.
Okay. So Mr. Keller, have you reviewed the applicant's latest submissions?
I have.
Other than the letters and the report from E2PM, were there any other stormwater reports submitted? Any revised stormwater reports submitted by the
No,
applicant?
just the geotechnical report. There were no stormwater calculations submitted.
Okay, and is it still your opinion that the applicant's deficient with respect to stormwater design and meeting the buffer requirements to
Yes.
block parking and loading areas?
Correct.
And you prepared a report that I submitted to the board today. It's dated May 19th. I submitted it with my May 21 letter today. Can you address some of your conclusions in your report with regard to the applicant's failure to meet stormwater requirements and the buffer requirements?
Certainly. And I will do my best to be brief and be to the point. The details of what I'm going to testify to are all in the memo. What I want to focus on is what my primary issues are. In the plans, Figure 5 shows sections of the pervious pavement systems. And while in general, to some degree, I agree with Ms. Callahan, to some degree, I don't. The rules are very clear. We do this a lot. I don't like the rules necessarily myself because they create issues when I'm on Mr. Ferrante's side. But they are the rules, and that's what we must follow. That's what is codified by the municipality in accordance with the DEP rules. Looking at the upper parking lot, that pervious pavement system is 3 separate systems. They have different depths. They step down. Each one of those sections has an outlet structure. An outlet structure controls the flow of water from one system to another. The green infrastructure rules that have now been in effect for about 4 years require a series of smaller basins. And it's not unusual that you have them in series. And that is how this has been designed. But each one of those portions is different. The soil testing that was done, and just one point, right on the front page of the Whitestone report, states that that detailed stormwater management system information has not yet been provided. The plan that they present in their report is the old plan, not what is on revision E. So they didn't have this. In the upper parking lot, they did 2 soil tests. One at the north end, closest to Parsonage Hill Road, and one in the last section. And yes, in each of those, the observed seasonal high water tables below the bottom of the basin of each of those basins, but there's not one in the middle. How does the seasonal high water table change from the northern part to the southern part? Of a greater concern to me, that's one. And the rules, chapter 12 of the BMP manual is very clear that each BMP in each one of these is a separate BMP in the reading of that regulation and needs 2 tests. The minimum, they should have done 3. If you wanted to treat it as 1, you still should have had 3, because the size of that system, if you took it as all as 1, which I don't think is right, you would still need 3 because it exceeds 10,000 square feet. They only did 2. The system in the lower parking lot on the south side of the building also is 2 separate systems. It's stepped. And when you look at where they did the soil tests, they did one over here on the far western side, and they did one over here on the far eastern side. Well, that system steps in the middle. They didn't do anything in the middle. There's no way to tell where that seasonal high water table is. And yes, in that area, it's shallow. Now, on either end, yes, they're below the seasonal high water table, but in the middle, I don't know. And under the regulations, it is irrelevant whether they are infiltrating or not. It's a closed system, I agree with that, but the rules are still abundantly clear that the system, even if it's sealed, has to be above the seasonal high water table, and you can't prove that here. The soil testing that they did we had made a comment and a criticism in our prior reports that they used soil group C for all of the soils on site. And we objected to that. We said that's not consistent with the rules, which it's not. So they did soil testing. They did the minimum number of surface soil tests to figure out the soil classification based on the area. The rules also clearly state that if there is widely varying results found, bless you, that you should do more. Well, in the southwest corner of the site, they found soil group A, means it's very permeable soils. It will seep through. The whole middle of the site is D, and there is no infiltration. They did tests, and there was little to no infiltration or permeability of that soil. In the northeast part of the site, up towards the intersection, it was B. Well, where does it change from A to D and then back to B? They don't have enough soil tests. They did only 2 of the soil tests they did. I think it's SPP 2 and 4 had A soils. SPP 8 had a B soil. Everything else was D. But where does that change? And that affects the runoff. Soils that have an A classification are more permeable. Less runoff under today's cover conditions will run off the site if it's an A. D, it's closer to being impervious than anything else. There's very little infiltration into the ground. B is better. And that affects what the existing runoff is, and that's important because when you're talking about reductions, the A soils will have less runoff, which means that your reductions have to be further reduced for that portion. The calculations, they haven't provided calculations that show what that is. The other thing is, and I made this point, and I will respectfully disagree with Ms. Callahan, just because we're in Essex County doesn't mean everything is considered an urban redevelopment area. As I had testified to previously, it's for previously disturbed areas. That western part of this site where they have A soils is wooded. There is natural ground cover. It is not maintained lawn. It clearly in the rules is an area that does not qualify for an exemption because it's not considered previously developed. So I think those are the highlights of my report, and I'm happy to answer. Did I miss anything?
No, I mean, so it remains your opinion that there's not enough soil testing for the site to make sure that the stormwater system works or is compliant with the township's requirements, correct?
Correct.
And
Correct.
the applicant hasn't provided the necessary calculations to determine if the stormwater system works, correct?
Correct.
So,
The one other thing I did, I'm sorry,
go ahead.
is, and we certainly appreciate the proffer from the applicant to increase the size of the plant material. But the section 516 and 609 also require that a fence be provided that is off the property line. We have previously stated that we think it would be beneficial and consistent, and more importantly, consistent with your ordinance, that that fence be placed closer to the parking lot so that the plant material that they're providing between the residential use, bless you, and the parking lot, that landscaping is supposed to be between the residential property and the fence line. And right now, the fence is on the property line and all the landscaping is on the other side. Having a fence closer to the parking lot deals with the headlight issues that were raised at the last meeting. That fence provides the required, what the ordinance, and it's your ordinance that says to obscure headlights from residential properties. And then the landscaping provides the more natural buffer between the residential use, the fence, and then the proposed institutional use. So that was I think the last point I needed to make.
So, but it remains your opinion that the application is still required to comply with section 609.3, 516.3, 516.8 of the township's ordinances with respect to buffers, correct?
Correct.
And the site plans as submitted by the applicant don't comply with those buffer requirements on the western edge, correct?
That is correct.
So it's your opinion that the staggering of the plantings, even if increased to 8 to 10 feet, that still the way that they're placed doesn't comply with the buffer requirement, correct?
It does not apply with what the township code requires.
And it doesn't require with the it doesn't comply with the requirement for fencing.
Correct.
Correct. And I just ask you to briefly address the Goddard School application because it was mentioned in the one of the letters of the applicant's attorney comparing the relief obtained for the buffer variance in the Goddard School. Could you just distinguish that from the present application?
Yeah, very briefly, it was a redevelopment of an existing site on, I think it's on Milburn Avenue. And the existing buffers to the adjacent residential uses in the R6 zone already existed. And what that application, what the variances that were granted did was make that buffer a little bit better. But it was already an existing condition. We don't have an existing condition here. You know, we're not trying to take a property, reuse it for a different use and make the buffers a little bit better. Here we're talking about something that doesn't exist today. And they're not complying with the buffer requirements, and they haven't provided planning testimony that justifies why there's a deviation from what's required from your code.
Okay, and there was a report by the board's planner, Mr. Petto, that addressed the buffer requirement. Is it still your opinion that the buffer requirement is a conditional use standard that the applicant doesn't comply with?
Yes,
And so any deviation from that standard has to be decided by the zoning board, is that correct?
that is correct.
And Mr. Petto's conclusion that there are design waivers from the buffer requirement, is it your opinion that the applicant, even as, accepting Mr. Petto's conclusion, that the applicant still doesn't meet the requirement for those design waivers from sections 516.3 and 516.8?
Well, 516, it would be a design waiver from 516 because that is in the site plan design standards. Any deviations from 609, which is in the zoning criteria, would be a variance, not a design waiver, in my opinion.
Okay, but even accepting Mr. Petto's conclusion, the applicant hasn't met those standards and hasn't provided a witness to explain
Correct.
why they can't meet those standards?
Right, even a design waiver, it's not the same level of proof, but you still need to provide testimony as to why you're asking for a design waiver.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Keller.
Any questions from the board for Mr. Keller? No, I have one. I'm still on
Certainly, Mr.
the
Chairman.
infiltration. This one is like killing me. So infiltration is going to reduce the current runoff. Current runoff has to do with the amount of reduction of stormwater flow that's allowed to go into our sewer system, or the, stormwater system. Do you know, does the current capacity of the system that is drawn up on the latest drawings, does that have the margin to account for the different soils? Or can we just change the outlet size back to the 2-inch and the system will handle it, it has the margin? Or does it totally need to be redesigned?
It's not something, in my opinion, that can be done on the fly. We try and make it simple, not that this is what we do all day, every day. And this is not Mr. Biller, I'm sorry, my eyesight even doesn't, anyhow. It's not your expertise. If you have a lawn, there is only so much water that comes off of that. Oh, sorry. I thought I was loud enough that I was blasting everybody out of their chairs. I'm sorry. You have a lawn, and there is, we'll say, this much runoff that comes off of it. Now you pave it, and you have that much more. Well, you're required, under the regulations, to reduce it from what is coming off of that lawn today. Now, if that lawn is a D soil, it's going to be higher. If it's an A soil, it's less. And this site, as the geotech report clearly states, is that they have HSG A, B, and D soils. And someplace on, so each of those areas has a different runoff characteristic, even if it's all lawn. It's different. And that needs to be calculated to know, are you meeting the required reductions? As far as the storm sewers in the road, and I only got the latest report, I think this morning, or late last night, and I read it this morning, assumes pipe slopes. There is no hard data as to that, even from the manhole in front of the site that somebody raised the point that there's a surcharge. They assumed a slope on that pipe. Well, if it's flatter than what they assumed, and they assumed that it followed the road grade, it has less capacity to convey runoff. And now there's already Park Road comes into it, the water that comes down Old Short Hills Road comes into it. Now they're going to add the site runoff into that point where it does not go today, which I've said before. And it's based on assumptions. I'm not saying that it doesn't have capacity, but I don't know how, unless they surveyed that manhole and the manholes downstream, that you can make the assumption that it has capacity. And if it's already surcharging, and yes, systems are not designed for the 100-year storm, but the point is, the rules say that you have to assess the capacity of downstream systems if you're not currently going to that. So, long-winded, I apologize for that.
Okay, but the downstream system though would be past the manhole, correct, or is it?
Yes,
okay.
it's from that manhole at the intersection of Park and Old Short Hills Road going down towards Jefferson.
Okay.
So just for the sake of clarity, is it then, in your professional opinion, that the stormwater system as proposed by the applicant wouldn't meet the burden of proof required in order to approve this application?
I don't see that they've provided this board with enough information to make that determination. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
Okay, but I did want to offer, Mr. Petto, do you have anything to say? Or, thank you, Mr. Keller.
Thank you. Yeah, let me just get to this one section in just one moment. Yeah, I think just in clarification, first of all, just for the record, Graham Petto here this evening as board planner. Just with respect to the buffer characterization as to whether it's a design waiver or variance request, as I provided in the memo previously to the board, the most recent memo dated for the May 7th meeting, I indicated that the conditional use standards in accordance with 40:55D-67A may provide conditional uses to be granted by the planning board according to definite specifications and standards which shall be clearly set forth with sufficient certainty and definiteness to enable the developer to know their limit and extent. And given that the provision defining the buffer related to the conditional use for this use within the R3 zone just specifies a distance of 25 feet without the additional, treatment of that space, it's my opinion that the conditional use standard is met, given that the dimensionality is 25 feet. As I indicate further in my memo and discussion, there are other design requirements set forth within the ordinance related to
Graham, that
screening.
first one's 609, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then the others are 516, correct?
Correct.
Which Mr. Keller said, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Keller, are design waiver standards, not conditional use standards or even variance standards, correct, Mr. Keller?
Correct.
Thank you. I'm sorry, just for clarification for the record, I apologize for the interruption.
No, that's okay. And just in further to your point on that, the how 609.3, which is in the variance section, comes into this is that the buffer standard detailed in 516.3, which is a design standard, references that the design standard should comply with those requirements spelled out in 609.3. So it's also my opinion that given the characterization of the requirement nested kind of by reference of a design standard, referencing the standards of the variance, it's a design standard or design waiver that would apply.
So in short, you believe this planning board continues to have jurisdiction over the application by virtue of the fact that, in your opinion, there continues not to be any D3 non-conforming conditional use variance at issue here, but a conforming conditional use application, a site plan approval application, and in your opinion, correct me if I'm wrong, now a design waiver relief also required, correct?
Correct.
But under all three of those would be properly before a planning board. An application such as this one would only go to the zoning board if it had a D variance at issue, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Legally, that's correct, too.
Any questions for Mr. Petto? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Dory.
Okay, I mean, I did submit my May 21st letter, so I did want the opportunity to address legal arguments before the board. See, is this on? Yep. So, I can do that at the appropriate time. I know Mr. Levine is in the middle of presenting his witnesses, or is there any other witnesses?
Well, I'm sorry, were you asking to have it introduced as an exhibit?
Yes, I did want to have that introduced in Mr. Keller's report.
And Mr. Levine, any objection, or for that matter, I suspect you might want your letter, Mr. Franti, or Mr. Franti's submissions, excuse me, also introduced as exhibits?
Correct, and I have no objection to Ms. Dory's submission or Mr. Keller's.
Grab the microphone. Sorry, yeah.
That's right. No, that's right.
I'm going to keep that one, I'll take. Yes, that's correct. I would like those applicant submissions that you referenced to be included in the record, and I have no objection to including the submission that Ms. Dory made earlier today directly from her and the attachment that she included from Mr. Keller.
So, Eileen, if you could help us out where we left off on applicants and objectors exhibits? For applicants first, and then,
Applicant, the last we had was A11.
okay, so A12, I guess, then, with the chair's permission, would be the May 16 soil investigation report.
Correct.
Uh,
Prepared by Whitestone.
And
And there's also a transmittal letter, Bob, from E2PM Engineering.
And A12, I'm sorry, A13 would be the May 20 report from Mr. Ferrante, both with respect to the truck turning and the storm sewer capacity, correct?
Correct.
That's fine. And then I think those were the, and then, Ms. Story, where are we on the O's?
We left off at 011.
Oh, it's almost even. 012 would be the, actually just one exhibit, right? You had the
Well, I
cover
have a
letter.
May 21 letter, and
Yeah.
it enclosed Mr. Keller's May 19th
Right,
report.
that's
They
what
were
I-
all one package. I have copies if anyone needs
Yeah,
them.
no, that's what I meant by one. Okay, so that'll come in as one, so that's 012 with the chair's permission. And I think I covered them.
Okay, and I did just want the opportunity, in closing, to address some arguments. in the letter.
Summations will come one day.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Warner, do you also have, as part of the exhibit list, it was essentially a letter brief dated May 7th? I think you referred to it earlier, but I know that it's been marked for identification or entered.
A14 is a what was that, 519?
5/7.
Oh, 5/7, okay. 5/7. No objection, Ms. Dory?
I'm sorry,
A14 was Mr. Levine's May 7 letter submission. Yep. I think it's referenced in one that you just introduced anyway. Actually, I had May 19th, Mr. Levine. You sure about that?
I am, May 7th, 2025.
Okay, maybe there was another one, May 19th. We just got another one, but I guess that was more a legal argument.
Yeah, that's a separate letter, yes. I thought that had already been marked. If not, that should be. That was a separate submission.
A15 is the May 19th applicant's attorney letter. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I became in charge of the exhibits somehow, but it's okay.
Great. Doing a great job. All right, since we've heard from our technical experts, I would like to now open it. Sorry, did you have,
I did have just one follow-up for Mr. Keller.
Please. Cross of Mr. Keller? He did provide additional testimony.
I'm not going to try and sit in that chair.
Mr. Keller, and I kind of share, I guess, what I sense some of the frustration or bewilderment of some of the board members, which is for those of us who are lay people, not engineers, you would think as though, the DEP is very technical and there's BMPs and there's regs and, you would think that these things would be fairly clearly spelled out, whether, you know, in the regs or a chart or what have you. It's hard to understand why there could be fundamental disagreement as to like the number of soil test pits that are required or what have you. And you seem to be strongly asserting that there's a definite number of test pits required, I believe, per BMP.
That is correct.
Could you just, for our record, could you just identify where in the regs that is? Because I've been trying to locate it as we've been sitting here, and I'm looking, for instance, in Chapter 12, which is, you know, where it sets out guidance and parameters for testing, and there's a chart, it's Table 12.3, and to my eye, this seems to be tying the number of pits that are required, for instance, for determining soil classification, to the size of the site and the overall acreage, as opposed to numbers of stormwater management features. Could you just, for our record, direct our attention to what you're referring to?
It's in subsection 2.
Okay.
And it's really set forth, there's infiltration BMPs and there's non-infiltration BMPs. And the testing really doesn't matter whether it's an infiltration or a non-infiltration, but it's in that section. What you were talking about with the size of the site goes to classifying the soils as opposed to obtaining the soil conditions within each BMP. So
All right, and then you say it's Chapter 2?
it's Chapter 12, Section 2.
Section 2.
Yeah,
All right.
2A and 2B.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I interrupted you.
No,
You
thank
have a
you.
right to cross-examine an expert witness of the objector, absolutely.
With that, I believe we're going to start our public comment.
I don't think so.
All right.
I don't think so, because on May 9th, again, my name is Jeffrey Feld, 11 Alexander Lane, Short Hills, New Jersey. First, I think as a matter of procedure, we heard that they have no objection to various exhibits being introduced. I'm sorry, concerning exhibits being introduced, and I think as a preliminary matter, all the exhibits in my letter need to be marked into evidence. They've agreed to it, you haven't put a number on that. I don't want this, when we get to the record, say, oops.
Right. He's already said that they're going to be objector and pick up with whatever number we have sequentially. That was already established at the last
I
hearing.
just want to make sure that
Yes.
being done.
Right.
In my letter on March 9th, that wasn't supplied to the board for almost 2 months, I asked for an opportunity to cross-examine our planner and the engineer. Based on what you just said, I'm not going to have that opportunity.
No, Mr. Feld, let me help you out here. You've cross-examined the planner and the engineer and the traffic engineer based on all their testimony thus far. This is the portion where the public makes comment. Now, you're going to present evidence, which I believe has already been not objected to by applicant's counsel, and you're going to present an objector's case, I take it. That is an affirmative, direct case. If you have witnesses, you call them. If you have documents, you provide evidence to submit them and introduce them, just like a trial. I know you're familiar, you're an attorney. And you present your case. And you've been recognized by the chair to do that first, prior to all other members of the public.
I'll let everyone else go first, because basically the way you're telling me is my case will be my testimony, that I will not have an opportunity.
No, your case will be the witnesses you call. If you have an expert to call, you can call them. The board experts are here to advise the board, and you have every right, and you've availed yourself of that right, and you can continue to avail yourself of the right to cross-examine them when they testify.
So basically you're saying.
It's not a matter of basically. This is how the procedure works in the state of New Jersey. It's the municipal land use law.
I hear what you're saying, that I will not have an opportunity now to ask Mr. Petto any questions about his technical review memo that was not supplied to the board. So there was never any testimony about it.
He supplied memos to the board, and you've cross-examined him when he's testified to them.
That memo was never supplied to the board until I supplied it, because it was never listed on the public website. And that memo goes to the heart of this matter. The jurisdiction-
Mr. Feld, what memo are you referring to that you believe you didn't get an opportunity to cross Mr. Petto about?
June 5th, 2024, a Development Review Committee memorandum that he was prepared for. It was never supplied to this board until I included it in my March 9th letter. There are some issues on here and statements in this memo that goes to the jurisdiction of this board.
Okay, so if you wish to present that as evidence,
I
you
will
can
wait
present
till
that.
other people, and I hear what you're saying, because you're not going to allow me at this opportunity to cross-examine him or cross-examine the engineer. So I will make my case in the testimony after everyone else speaks. Thank you.
I believe Mr. Feld has allowed the chair to have other members of the public present their comments ahead of him.
Yes, please. Anybody who would like to make a comment?
And Mr. Chairman, did you have any parameters with respect to public comment?
Yes, please. Out of respect of time of everybody, the applicant, if we could limit our comments to 4 minutes, it would be greatly appreciated. I will try to keep track of time as great as possible. And also, if we could, please, also, do not repeat everybody's comment. Say your piece, and let's try and have a very concise comment period. It'd be greatly appreciated. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, just real quick, if I may, I've been on the planning board for a little while, and as far as I can remember, this would be the first time we're putting a time limit on public comment. I think that considering how long these proceedings have gone on for months and months and months, and the public has not really had an opportunity to make testimony of their own or comments of their own, other than asking questions based on existing testimony. I really think it's unfair to hamstring the residents here by a 4-minute comment period. I think we should allow everyone to say what they need to say, given how long we've been at this and the extent of the development. So I just want to get that on the record, that I strongly recommend that we don't have that 4-minute time limit. And look, if we get to the end and not everyone's had a chance to speak, then we can deal with that then. And we want to just make sure everyone has had their voice heard.
Excuse me, no. Everybody will have a chance to speak. Okay. No. So my concern about things going on too long, I'm worried that people will abuse the time to speak. And I want to make sure that there is some constraint, or restraint, I guess, exhibited by everybody coming up to talk. And understand that, we do want to hear what they have to say.
I
They have
agree with the
waited a
chair.
long time.
There has to be some boundary, because otherwise we'll end up in a filibuster. Or
Yes.
we could. I'm not saying we will,
That's-
but
that
we
is
could.
that is my concern.
Perhaps we could do it on a case-by-case basis if someone's legitimately presenting new testimony that hasn't been heard and they're exceeding 4 minutes.
Can we just start and try 4 minutes?
Or perhaps, are we going to give people
I
a second
have no
opportunity to
problem
speak?
with extending it if it is legitimate. That's not a problem.
Fair enough. Thank
Everybody
you.
okay with that? Start with 4 minutes, and we'll go from there?
And if I may, just for the record, there is support in the case law for reasonable parameters. So certainly, those that have been discussed by the board are more than defensible in the context of case law on the issue of reasonable limitation, avoiding repetition, filibusters, et cetera. So I believe we have our next member of the public. Sir, I'm going to swear everyone in, so your comments have the weight of testimony. So if you can give us your name and address, and I'll swear you in.
Richard Prince, 51 Woodland Road, Short Hills, New Jersey.
Please.
RICHARD, PRINCE.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, and I want to thank the planning board for your diligence and hard work. It's evident. As I mentioned, my name is Richard Prince. My wife and I have lived in Short Hills for 32 years. I'm the chairman and CEO of Viscardi, Inc., a pharmaceutical company located in town. I have known Rabbi Mendy Bogomilsky for 25 years. My wife and I support his efforts in community. Hanukkah lighting in Taylor Park is one of the illustration of our support for his outreach to the Jewish community and beyond. Today is a profound moment in our state, in America, and around the world. Anti-Semitism is raging, and we Jews feel targeted and increasingly isolated. As established members of this community, I can vouch personally for the broad support for Rabbi Bogomilsky and his efforts to build this new synagogue. Perfection is the enemy of the good. Assuming the remaining technical aspects can be reasonably adjudicated, I humbly request that the planning board approve the applicant's application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep it down to 2 minutes.
Awesome.
My name is Dr. Sabino Torre, S-A-B-I-N-O-T-O-R-R-E.
Speak directly into my.
Sure. I've been a resident of Short Hills.
I'm sorry, before, just address first, and then I'll swear you in.
Oh, 7 Lancer Drive, Short Hills, New Jersey.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So my name is Sabino Torre. I've been a resident of Short Hills for more than 25 years, which means I'm very familiar with traffic patterns. I've worked in the cardiac catheterization laboratories at Cooper and Barnabas Medical Center this entire time. I'm on call for cardiac emergencies, including tonight, as heart attack or cardiac arrests. The Chi-Center project will adversely alter traffic patterns along Old Short Hills Road, placing residents who may suffer one of these catastrophic events at increased risk of a poor outcome, and I'll explain. When someone suffers a heart attack or cardiac arrest, emergency service picks up the patient, stabilizes them in the field, and transfers the patient to the hospital. The emergency room then summons a special team of cardiac team composed of physicians and 3 nurses to render specialized care to the patient in the cath lab. During peak hours, these team members are present at the hospital. During off-peak hospitals, they are not present. They must be summoned. During off-peak hours, these members may not be present. These off-peak hours include evenings, weekends, and holidays. They must make their way as quickly as possible without the benefit of flashing lights or sirens. These events are very time-sensitive, and unnecessary delays can lead to a poor outcome. For example, during a heart attack, we can minimize the damage done to the heart by opening blocked heart vessels as quickly as possible. If the patient suffers a cardiac arrest, each 1-minute delay in restoring a stable rhythm results in a 10% reduction in survival or restoration of normal brain function and meaningful recovery to society. Thus, any delay, no matter how small, can adversely affect the outcome. Many of the hospital staff, including members of these specialized teams, must traverse the township I live in on the way to work. In the past, when we've impeded traffic along Glen Avenue, Main Street, this has led to significant delays reaching the hospital. Several incidents have occurred. For example, one recent event involved a heart attack patient who suffered potentially fatal arrhythmias during transit. There are other examples, but time does not permit me to elaborate. The root cause of all delays was impeding direct vehicular access to the hospital. I came to a township meeting last year regarding a similar traffic issue and was reassured that this would not happen again. Unfortunately, it appears that it may. In my expert medical opinion, I can testify that any vehicular delay, no matter how small, caused by the Chi-Center project will result in poor outcomes during cardiac emergency. For the benefit of the township residents, I implore the members of the committee to not approve the Chi-Center project at 165 Old Short Hills Road.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Ann Beanstalk Brown, 84 Greenwood Drive, Millburn, New Jersey. I've been a resident for
You got to spell your name.
B-I-E-N-S-Ann, A-N-N. Last name, B-I-E-N-S-T-O-C-K-B-R-O-W-N. I've been a resident for 40 years.
Right. Please let me swear you in so your comment can be testimony. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Okay, and I rebutting what this, the
You
person
can
who
just
spoke before me.
testify, please.
Okay, I've been a nurse for 51 years and a nurse practitioner now for 15 years. And I will tell you that, yes, and my son is a cardiologist, and worked in the EMS in Millburn on the first aid squad for over 10 years, and a paramedic for Atlantic Health for over 10 years. Yes, every second in a cardiac arrest does count, but when you say that these people are not going to get to the hospital if the doctors have to be there, the nurses have to be there, that they're usually there Monday through Friday, long hours, 12-hour shifts. If there's a problem at night, in the middle of the night for them getting there because they don't have the staff, which they should, because I work in New York at Hospital for Special Surgery, every major New York City hospital that has a cardiac cath lab, a cardiac team, and Cooperman Barnabas is a major hospital, would have people there 24/7. So I rebut that's going to be a hindrance because of the traffic. There is traffic on Millburn Avenue every day. There is traffic on Main Street every day that you can't get through during the day. So what is the problem that this traffic is going to be prevented with this? I've seen the Hive Center now grow. I am friends of the Bogomilskis for over 30 years. And every little thing that they have tried to do gets a stop for different little reasons. Once they wanted to have a La Groma in Taylor Park, they couldn't do it because you can't do it on a Sunday, where they let other groups like the Cornell Club have it on a Sunday. They had to change that. So I've seen all these different things. The man has gotten everything that you wanted. He's gotten the acreage. He's gotten what you want. So he didn't do the water. What is exactly missing? Lay it out. This is what we need, this is what we need, this is what we need, and then he can build. It's in a residential area. Every church, synagogue, house of worship is in a residential area in Millburn Short Hills, except for maybe B'nai Jeshurun, but they do have people behind that. So I don't understand what the problem is. 1, 2, 3. This is what we need for you to build. He didn't have the 3 acres, now he has the 3 acres. That's what I would like to see from this committee. Just exactly what do you need to do this? And then if they make the qualifications, you do it. But this whole thing about Hart and the traffic, some of these churches getting in and out on a Sunday morning you can't get through either. Are we going to close them? No. So I have to rebut what was said before, and I've said my piece. And
Thank you.
Good evening. Marina Kirschenbaum, Kirschenbaum, 291 White Oak Ridge Road, Short Hills.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Don't worry about the amount of pages. It's old people font. Well, first of all, I would like to thank each of you for serving on the Township Committee and for volunteering your time to be on the board and to hear our application. My husband and I have purchased our house in Short Hills in 2009. When my oldest son was 5 years old, my middle son was only 2 years old, and I was pregnant with our daughter. We moved to town because we knew Rabbi Bogomilsky was in the process of applying to build an Orthodox synagogue in Short Hills, the faith my family grew up in and practiced for generations. We were excited to pass down our religion and traditions to our children and for them to start their religious education in our new hometown. However, shortly after moving to Short Hills, we learned that the High Center did not have and will not have the child care for my children because their application for the house of worship was continually denied by the various township boards. Because of that, for the next 6 years, we were forced to send our children out of town to nursery school, which had the similar religious observances as us, placing a great burden on my husband and I. But that was not the end. As my children were growing up, they could not further their religious education as the Hebrew school was very limited in the High Center due to the lack of classroom space because the town would not let the synagogue expand. Once again, we had to supplement their religious studies with private lessons and sometimes drive them to other towns to learn, which was great burden on us. As we ran out of options, I had to transfer my daughter to Rai Kushner Yeshiva High School, a private Jewish Orthodox day school, which is quite expensive and is located in another town with no busing, placing yet another burden on my family. Similarly, because the township continued denial of the High Center's application, my kids were deprived of their basic religious rights to have an Orthodox bar and bat mitzvah in their house of worship. Because of the limitations placed by the town on services to be held at 1 Jefferson, and none of Rabbi Bogomilsky's applications were ever approved, we were forced to rent out Milburn Middle School auditorium on one of the highest Jewish holidays of Yom Kippur, which is the day that my son was born on and correspondingly was bar mitzvah, to hold his religious ceremony. Can you imagine the shock, devastation, and dismay for my entire family and friends who have immigrated from the former Soviet Union purely because of the anti-Semitism and the religious persecution to learn that my son cannot be bar mitzvahed in our synagogue, which is his basic religious right, because township wouldn't allow it. An absolute humiliation to my husband and I, and an embarrassment to this town. My middle son and my daughter met similar fates during their bar and bat mitzvahs, as we had to move their religious ceremonies to a catering hall that was not equipped to handle such events, placing a great burden on my husband and I again. Because of the continued denial of High Center's application, my children's basic religious rights and most important religious practices were taken away, while their peers were able to hold their religious ceremonies without any issues in one of the many houses of worship throughout our town, 11 of which are similarly located in the residential zones, but are allowed to practice because they're not of Jewish Orthodox faith. I can go on, but I don't want to take up the entire time. The residents of this town want and need the synagogue approved. As a matter of public policy and public good, the board has to approve this application, especially considering it is fully conforming. The objectors have no concrete issues to which they can object, as they keep on rehashing same irrelevant issues over and over. It should be pointed out, the most vocal objectors who come and speak at every meeting live 1 to 2.5 miles away. How are they harmed other than knowing that the Orthodox Jews have a place to pray and hold religious ceremonies? With that, I respectfully request that this board approve this fully conforming application for the High Center for the Living Judaism, so that we, the Jews of Milburn Short Hills, have a place to pray and practice our freedom of religion. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello,
Name and address, please.
Stephen Blum. BLUM. 18 Evergreen Terrace in Milburn. I've been a resident for,
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your dedication and work on behalf of the Township of Milburn. I've been a resident for 30-some-odd years. I'm the resident that's abutting the Goddard School that was mentioned by one of your expert testimony. I'm going to get to that later. I'm going to talk about the buffer 609. I'm sure everybody is very, very familiar with it. And in your amendment, Town Ordinance 2471-16, when you talk about buffers, all you list are the ORs and the Bs. You do not list any R3s or R4s. I have copies of the Milburn aerial view if you want to look at it. R3 and R4s, you have nine non-residential uses that abut residential uses for R3 and R4s. You have 4 schools, 4 houses of worships, 1 private club. None of these have 50 feet buffers. Very few of them have fencing for a buffer. Let's get down to the Goddard School, which I abut, okay? It's not a R3, R4, it's a zone commercial. They applied for a variance, they were given a variance, okay? So what they applied for was the 50-foot rear variance, which is my backyard. The applicant proposed a buffer from 12.4 feet to 16 feet, okay? Also, as far as landscaping goes, he applied for a waiver on the landscaping. It was all granted to him. According to the resolution of the town planning board, the 50-foot buffer rests alongside the rear yard. There is currently a 13-foot buffer. You went up to a 16-foot buffer. As far as the 50 feet of, the green space that is required in your 609 ordinances, 609-3B, Norway spruces, Douglas firs, zigzag, 5 to 20 feet from the residential line. They should be over 5 feet. None of that was granted. There was a variance. None of it was put in. What the town finally agreed on is that substantial site improvements to enhance the aesthetics of the site, providing enhanced landscaping. Okay, it's up to him. No 50 feet. There's a picture in the documentation. This is a current picture. Okay, it's in there.
Yeah, we're good. I'm letting him finish.
No buffer at all, okay? So you have 9 current existing R3s, no buffer. You have OR zoning, which required a buffer, and you granted a variance for no buffer, okay? So my conclusion on all of this is that it's wrong for the board to consider the current house of worship application that they have a need for a parking lot buffer with specific tree plantings or 50 feet of distance from the border zones. There's not a single parking lot in this township that abuts a residential use or that is located in a residential zone that has this type of buffer. So conclusion is that it's a variance that should be granted, it's a design change that should be granted. I thank you for your time.
Sir, before you go, you put something down over there.
Here's your,
Is it just,
site maps.
bear with me, is it how many pages
There's a few.
is
I don't
each?
know if there's, you have the nine R3s are in there, so it's 10 pages, 12 pages, I don't know.
It's the same as the submission.
Is that what was submitted today?
Yeah, this, I think that's the same as what was submitted.
It's all copies.
But this is the same as what was submitted. to the
That's not the buffer exhibit we got from the applicant, is it?
That's from your town,
I don't know. if it is.
Same as the buffer? Okay, so we already have this.
That's
Oh, is it,
that's
Mr.
the,
Levine,
zoning view.
bear with me, sir, please. He's very good, but he can't get us both at the same time. Mr. Levine, we received from the applicant a buffer exhibit today. Is that the same document?
Yes, that did not come through my office, but my client has confirmed that, yes, that is what he
Okay.
submitted. It's the same document.
So, all right, in any event, it's coming in as an applicant's exhibit, not this gentleman's exhibit? We got to call it something. Is it an A something, or is it a,
I think it's an O something.
well, I don't know that it's an O for an objector technically, but I think it's
The email, I think, was directly from.
from
applicant.
from the applicant, but it's coming in through testimony from this gentleman. But we can make it an A if there's no objection from Mr. Levine.
That's fine.
Whatever we're up to, Eileen, that's your.
That would be A16.
Okay, A16 is we'll call it the buffer exhibit, because I think that's what it will call. And you showed the board a picture.
Yes,
It effectively became a part of the record when you showed it. Is it part of that buffer exhibit?
It should be, yeah.
I didn't think it was.
It's in some of them,
All right.
I'll give it to you.
Sir, hang in there, sir. There's somewhat of a process, believe it or not. We're going to call that P1. The reason I'm saying P1, public one, because I don't believe this gentleman is objecting. I think he's speaking in support of the application. So just to keep a check, P1 is a photograph. And sir, did you take this photograph?
Yes,
When?
today.
Okay, and it's an accurate depiction of what presently exists at the Goddard School, is that correct?
Yes, that's the, my
Viewed from your home?
rear yard butting the backyard of the cottage.
Viewed from your rear yard?
Yes.
Okay,
It's 18
that's all we need to
18
authenticate the part.
18 Evergreen Terrace.
Thank you, photograph so that the board can consider it. Thank you, so that's P1. I guess we just have one of these, correct? Or do you have more?
Yeah, I think there might be another one somewhere, but.
Well, that's okay for now. I don't want to hold up the proceedings.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Navodit Kaushik. N-A-V-O-D as in David, I-T as in Tom, last name Kaushik, K-A-U-S-H-I-K. I'm a resident of 7 Jefferson Avenue. I've been a resident here for
Please raise your right hand. Pay attention, everybody. This is how we do it. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So I've been a resident here in Short Hills for 5 years. We are an immediate neighbor of. So is this better?
Yeah, just move
Yeah?
the other one.
So my wife and I moved into Short Hills in 2020. We are an immediate neighbor at 7 Jefferson Avenue. And I'm just here to say that as an immediate neighbor, we are supportive of this effort, and we don't have any objections to the project that the rabbi is leading. And from our perspective, this having this place of worship can have a positive effect on the community. So we are supportive.
Thank you.
Just bring that stand up. Put the mic stand on the podium.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jonathan.
There are engineers here, aren't there? And planners. I'm sorry, but.
I'm Robin Blumenthal, B-L-U-M-E-N-T-H-A-L. I live at 15 Beach Terrace in Milburn.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you to the board for your service, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have been a township resident for nearly 30 years, most of them a member of the High Center community. Unbelievably, for most of those years, we have been fighting to establish a recognized shul. First on Milburn Avenue, then at 1 Jefferson, and now at our current location on Old Short Hills Road. We were denied a zoning variance on the first 2 properties because we didn't meet the 3-acre rule, one which seems arbitrary and capricious, especially since most of the existing houses of worship don't conform. We were opposed by a group that called itself Save Milburn. From what? I am still trying to understand. We then purchased a property that met the 3-acre requirement, and once again, for reasons I cannot fathom, we are being opposed, despite the fact that the planning board attorney himself is on record as instructing the board that the only thing that you have to rule on is whether our application meets the conditional use requirements, which the attorney said it does, on record, and which the town engineer and the planner both have signed off on. This raises the question, why are we still debating this? Why have we been made to endure this lengthy process at great expense to our members over objections that seem to have no true bearing on the matter at hand? I am a longtime tax-paying member of this town, and I am trying to make sense of what all the fuss and bluster is about. Everyone is entitled to draw their own conclusions, but it is difficult not to feel that some people want to deprive us of our right to worship, which is a real shame. Not only because we have a close-knit, caring community that is instilling our children with wonderful values and a concern for others, but because it goes against the very foundation upon which our country was established. I would simply ask the board to please consider carefully our application and to filter out all the noise. As the board attorney himself said, the application meets the conditional use requirements, and that is the only thing you are tasked with deciding. Please follow his instructions and approve our application without further ado. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Carolyn Rendell, 308 Taylor Road South in Short Hills. Carolyn Rendell.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I grew up in Short Hills. I have lived in Short Hills for many years as an adult. I am raising my 4 children in Short Hills. I have 4 children, 3 of whom are still in the Millburn Township school system, 1 of whom recently graduated. All of my children have attended the Chai Center for Hebrew school, for religious celebrations. They have been made to feel warm and welcomed and accommodated. When there were times that there were things we couldn't afford to pay for, the Chai Center stepped in and they offered to do it for us. They provide a tremendous service to the residents of this community. Despite their tremendous efforts, however, our family and others have been disadvantaged. My children have attended Hebrew school in basements, in closet spaces, outside in the rain, outside garages. There's just not, despite their best efforts, adequate space to have a religious school. They're teaching a group of first graders while they're trying to tutor a 12-year-old with his bar mitzvah lessons. They are not looking for more space simply to bother people. They are looking for more space because we need it. We need it for our religious celebrations. We need to have classrooms where they can have desks, where they can have bulletin boards, where they can hang things on the wall. It is only fair. And I hope you realize that there are residents, long-term residents of town, who benefit greatly from this and are disadvantaged when they cannot have it. Do I think everyone who opposes this application is anti-Semitic? Some of it maybe. Is all of it? I'm sure it is not. There's a great not in my backyard factor here. I totally and completely understand it. Nobody wants anything in their backyard, but that does not make it right to oppose. It does not make it right to deny. There are laws. There are places where religious institutions are allowed to exist. The Chai Center has met those requirements. The Chai Center has as much right as any other church or synagogue in this town to exist, and they have been denied time and time again. I ask you to please do whatever you need to do, but make it possible for them to build and continue to grow here. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize, people in the audience, please don't clap afterwards, just as I don't want anybody to boo either. So, all right. Courtroom decorum, please. Thank you.
Name and address, please.
Itai Harel, 45 Woodfield Drive.
You got the spelling?
E-T-A-I is the first name, H-A-R-E-L.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. Please proceed. I have been a township resident for nearly 25 years. My wife and I raised our 3 daughters here. I'm a local builder, and I have a great working relationship with many of the board's professionals, and I consider some members on this board my friends. The story of our synagogue, I presume, started very much in the same way as other houses of worship in the township, a small collection of residents simply looking to worship together. 40 years ago, in 1985, a group of residents began holding services in a home on Oval Road in the Jewish Orthodox tradition, because there was no Jewish Orthodox synagogue in town. Over time, this group became more organized and brought in a young, at the time, Orthodox rabbi from Maplewood, who would make the 3-mile trek on foot every Sabbath to lead our services. His name was Rabbi Bogomilsky. The group formalized in 1992 as the Chai Center, and the rabbi and his wife Rivki purchased a home at 437 Milburn Avenue, where they began holding services. On October 4th, 1994, during Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the Jewish year, members of our community were stunned by a surprise inspection. 3 township officials showed up unannounced and demanded to inspect the property, temporarily halting our services. This would mark the beginning of a 30-year pattern of harassment, intimidation, and discrimination by the Township of Milburn against our community. In 1994, the rabbi applied for a reverse subdivision of his properties on Milburn Avenue with the intention to apply for a house of worship. Despite the approval of all the board professionals, the planning board denied the reverse subdivision. In 1997, the Chai Center purchased an adjacent property on Milburn Avenue, and in 2000 applied for a formal house of worship. The application was fully conforming, but for the 3-acre requirement, the application was denied. In 2003, the Chai Center attempted to purchase a 3-acre parcel at 272 Old Short Hills Road, when, as court depositions revealed, the then mayor, Tom McDermott, intervened. The mayor not only worked to dissuade the seller from selling to the Chai Center, but simultaneously assisted a local developer in subdividing the property. The subdivision ultimately proved to be faulty, resulting in a multi-year lawsuit between the township and the developer, wasting millions of taxpayer dollars. In 2004, the Chai Center attempted yet again to purchase one of the last remaining 3-acre lots in the township at 105 Old Short Hills Road. On November 4th, 2004, shortly after the seller inquired in the township about the viability of building a house of worship, a draft ordinance was introduced by the planning board to ban all new houses of worship. When asked why this draft ordinance was being introduced, the mayor stated on record, "Didn't you hear? The rabbi is trying to purchase a 3-acre lot on Old Short Hills Road." The draft ordinance was ultimately dropped, but the damage was done and the seller chose not to sell to the Chai Center. In 2010, the Chai Center applied yet again for another house of worship at 1 and 7 Jefferson Avenue. After more than 8 months of hearings, the application was denied. Shortly thereafter, the township passed 12 additional ordinance requirements that made it even harder to establish a new house of worship. In 2021, the Chai Center applied for the house of worship at 437 Milburn Avenue for a second time. The zoning board refused to even hear the application. It's no wonder that this behavior caught the attention of the Department of Justice, who began a multi-year investigation of the Township of Milburn into the violation of the Chai Center's civil rights under our LUPA. It's also no wonder that the Township of Milburn, knowing their culpability, paid out a $700,000 settlement to the Bogomilskys rather than risk going to court. Now, after more than 40 years of failed attempts to do nothing more than just try to establish a house of worship for our community, a community of Milburn Short Hills residents comes before this board with a fully conforming application. As you must know by now, this board has no legal right to deny a fully conforming application. It has absolutely no reason to deny a fully conforming application. But if you deny this application, you'll only serve to perpetuate the idea that our community, a community of traditional and Orthodox Jews, are not welcome in this township. So please, I'm begging you, do the right thing and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Igor Vishnevetsky. Get ready to spell that. Vishnevetzky. I've been a resident of Milburn, 58 Paseo. I've been a resident of Milburn for 8 years.
Got it. One more time. Got to raise your right hand, remember? Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. Now, please proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to begin with the simple truth. This application is far more than zoning codes and lot lines. It's about legal exposure, community will, and responsible governance. For over 30 years, the Chai Center for Living Judaism has been seeking a permanent home right here in Milburn. After repeated denials that you just heard about and prolonged litigation that you just heard about, how many millions did we spend on defending against a federal lawsuit under RLUIPA? With the U.S. Justice Department formally supporting the Chai Center not once, but twice, and the Department of Justice filings make it clear that Milburn's prior denial inflicted real harm and violated federal law. The Department of Justice also explicitly warned towns like ours against discriminatory or burdensome zoning practices. So the question, and by the way, that letter is right here, sent earlier in March. So the question is not just whether this board can deny this application, but how many millions in taxpayer dollars is the board willing to waste defending yet another RLUIPA lawsuit? We must also consider real-world consequences of a denial beyond litigation. The Chai Center proposed site at 165 Old Short Hills Road, combined with the neighboring parcel at 1 Jefferson, creates 4.5 acres, 4.5 acres assemblage with over 700 feet of frontage, an extremely attractive site for an affordable housing development. I personally know of one developer who would pursue around 350 units on that site, especially in light of Milburn's longstanding failure to meet round 4 affordable housing obligation of 555 units. If the township continues to obstruct compliant development, we risk losing local planning control altogether, handing over the courts or state-appointed officials, and having a future owner build a large, dense, and inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood housing project. That outcome is not theoretical. It has happened elsewhere in New Jersey, and it can happen here again. And yet, for all the legal and planning risks, this application is also a matter of community support. Over 13 public meetings, dozens of residents have spoken in favor of this project, not for personal gain, but because they believe, we believe, in building a space to worship, to gather, to educate, and to serve. The loudest voices in this room may not have always been the most representative. Many of those speaking in opposition are the very same individuals who regularly object to nearly every application before this board. Their input should be heard, of course, but it should not be mistaken for the will of the broader community. We are your neighbors, we are your constituents, and we're asking for a chance to build something meaningful. So I ask you respectfully, don't be swayed by a vocal few. Vote instead with the community that has stood behind this application, meeting after meeting and year after year. Please approve the Chai Center fully compliant, as of right proposal, not only because it's legally sound and avoids unnecessary litigation, but because it reflects the true values and wishes of Milburn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. My name is Pablo Marota. Pablo, P-A-B-L-O. Marota, M-A-R-O-T-T, as in Tom, A. Yeah?
Address.
1 Woodcrest Avenue, Short Hills.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I'm a neighbor here in Short Hills, and I'm just a few steps away from the proposed site of Lehigh. My wife and I are here raising our 2 children, 10 and 13 years. I come here tonight not just as a neighbor, but as someone deeply committed to the values that define the community that are here present today. That's inclusion, that's shared purpose, that is respect. And we've been hearing a lot, I've been coming almost every Wednesday about the building, and I don't want to talk about the building. This is about what's behind the building, which is the people behind it. The families that already contribute meaningfully to the fabric that makes this town. They're present, that brings warmth, the warmth that embraced us when we first arrived here, the connection and that deep sense of tradition that enriches us all, where we are Jewish or not. Let's keep religion out of this. It's about the community. The gatherings that we have are peaceful, they're fun, they're rooted on community, and grounded in the values that we all share, which we're talking about compassion, we're talking about service, we're talking about learning. We often speak about what makes a strong community. It's not just the zoning, codes, infrastructure, or whatever code we want to bring. It's about the people that make the fabric. It's institutions that anchor families, that raise the children, and that foster belonging. This house of worship will do exactly that. I respectfully ask for your approval as a neighbor and as part of this community, not only because it is deserved, but because it will make our town stronger. Let's support what brings us together and reflects who we are, and what we want to be. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tim DeGarve. Yeah, it's, do you want me to spell the first name too? You got that one? Right. DeGarve, D-E-G-A-V as in Victor, R-E. So
Address?
Oh, yeah, 20 Park Road, right across the street from the proposed Tri-Center.
Swearing in part now?
Yeah, we'll do
Please
that.
raise your right hand. You want it to be testimony, right?
Yep.
Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So let me start by saying that I believe passionately in the right of these folks to have a house of worship. I believe they should have a place where their kids can go to Hebrew school, where they can have the proper infrastructure. I think all those points that they've made are very, very valid. My issue is with the way this place is proposed and the design that we're looking at. One of the biggest issues that I have is every day I have to go in and out of Park Road. The idea of having another exit across from Park Road terrifies me. I already take my life in my hands every time I exit that circle. It is, I can't count the number of times I've almost had an accident. To have another road exiting with potentially garbage trucks like we heard today terrifies me. I think that is one of my biggest issues is also the traffic and what's going to happen on Old Short Hills Road. It's already, if anyone who's already driven on that road, it is already terrible. And it is already dangerous at many of these intersections. I think the second thing is, as I've come to all of these hearings, I am so confused, as I'm sure you are, by the testimony from different experts. And it seems like we keep getting contradictory information. I don't know who to trust, who to listen to anymore. But what I heard today is that the application that you have before you still is not conforming, that it still requires variances. And if that is the case, you are not in a position to approve that application today. It can't be. And the third thing is, this is a residential neighborhood. And just fundamentally, for me, fundamentally, as I think about a residential neighborhood, there should be conforming architecture, there should be conforming places in that neighborhood that meet the rest of that neighborhood. So I've lived here only for a year. I'm not like the 30 years everybody else is, but we moved here because of that neighborhood. And that's what attracted us to this area. So I'm speaking out against the application, but I'm not speaking out against the right of people to have a house of worship. And there's still this area in downtown, which would be a great place. Why not go back there? Why not have that area? Millburn needs to be developed. Why not develop the downtown? Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexander Kirschenbaum, 291 White Oak Ridge Road, Short Hills, New Jersey. Kirschenbaum.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I'll be quite brief. A lot of people spoke in support of this application, predominantly because the community of High Center is restricted in its ability to practice by the space, by parking limitations, and was being hampered and by multiple previous denials. But that's not about the past necessarily. It's what's in front of the board. And I view the decision that this board has to make as an easy choice. You know, this project benefits a religious minority community that were denied the freedom and space to worship by this town for more than 30 years. Additionally, this project satisfies all the onerous zoning requirements for a new house of worship, which would not be met by a single religious institution currently established in the town. The mere fact 3-acre residential zoning requirements makes the site of this, among all the Milburn parking lots, a rarity of 0.1% or less rarity of all parcels where you can build anything. The 3-acre parking lot, 3-acre lot in a residential area is such a rarity, 1 in 1,000, maybe even less. So as is, Township creates almost impossible zoning restrictions or building restrictions for a house of worship in this town, which might not be according to the federal guidelines. As a reminder, in New Jersey, house of worships are classified as inherently beneficial uses under state zoning law, which instructs the boards to weigh positively such a designation in their decisions. Grasping at the straws that were provided by jack of all trades expert witness when the independent board professionals think otherwise would feel quite prejudicial. As is, this application has been dragging on for far more than allotted 90 days with board members, and I respect your work and volunteering, with board members willing to micro-dissect mundane calculations that are typically resolved by the applicant's engineers and the board professionals in their behind-the-scene communications. Singling out a proposed house of worship, an inherently beneficial development under New Jersey law, on the fully conforming lot for such an exhaustive microanalysis may appear discriminatory to an outside observer. I implore you to make this easy choice, approve the fully conforming application, and let this community practice their religion in peace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Feldman, Feldman. I live at 26 Madison Terrace in Short Hills.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Joseph Feldman. I live at 26 Madison Terrace, Short Hills, and I'm here tonight to give my full support to the application for the Chai Center Chabad. Unlike many of the alleged opponents of this application, I live a few hundred feet away from the subject property. I do not believe for one instant that the synagogue being contemplated to be built, which is before this board, will negatively impact the bucolic nature and beauty of Short Hills in general, or of this small area of Short Hills in particular. The Chabad has been in town for decades, serving the religious needs of greater Jewish community in our town and the surrounding towns as well. The Chabad for years has been in pursuit of compliant site and has, with God's help, found the fully compliant site, which is currently before this board. The application presented to this board is comprehensive. It presents a thoughtfully designed house of worship. The professionals, the architects, engineers, traffic engineers, who have spent countless hours preparing the plans and testifying before this board, have presented an application that is comprehensive. The plan before this board are a thoughtfully designed house of worship, which took into account all the zoning, site plan, and ordinance-related issues that were required. The letter dated April 30th, 2024, and prepared by the applicant's counsel, sets forth all the work and careful consideration that went into the application to account for all the board's concerns. Rather than wasting the board and the attendees' present time going over the particulars of the application, which is readily available to the Township website and also on the website of the applicant, I want to make known and have on the record the concerns I have, as well as those who are supporting this application. As most of you are aware, there has been a torrent of misinformation and disinformation emanating from the opponents to this application. I have been personally impacted by these fabrications and innuendos. These types of falsehoods are not only ridiculously false, but dangerous. The opponents of this application have put forth on Facebook posts, Instagram posts, WhatsApp chats, that the property directly adjoining my house, which is the properties at 20 Madison Terrace, was somehow going to be part of some sort of dormitory or housing for the High Center as part of this whole development. I've been informed that it was posited that the property was owned by some secretive LLC, the ownership which was masked in layers so as not to be able to be linked to the Chabad. Some kind of like a proverbial Russian nesting doll. The property is in fact owned by Highview Development, a New Jersey LLC, and I am the 100% owner of that LLC. As a letter of the applicant's counsel so eloquently states, the application has complied with any and all requirements needed to receive approval. This board is skating on some very thin ice if they believe they can reject this application on the basis of the opposition's dubious positions concerning such subjective standards as industrial looking, intense, or game changer. If this board hasn't taken notice, there's a new sheriff in town in Washington, D.C., who has established a new task force to combat anti-Semitism, led by Leo Terrell. Let's call the opposition to this application what it is. It is anti-Semitism couched in the nuance of legalese and real estate jargon. I'm sure the Trump DOJ would like nothing more than make Milburn, one of the wealthiest towns in the U.S., the poster child for its battle against rank anti-Semitism and violation of the First Amendment rights. Milburn has already spent hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars in fighting Rabbi Bogomilsky, only to come out on the losing end. If the DOJ decides to come after Milburn because of the erroneous and wrong-headed decision of this board, the potential liability will be monumental, both from a reputational aspect for our town, as well as the potential damages in the hundreds, if not millions, of dollars. I say to the opponents of this application, who are supposedly worried about how this house of worship will negatively impact their property values, they should instead focus on the declining reputation of the Milburn school system. As someone who has matriculated through the entire Milburn school system from the age of 8, and from what I'm being told by parents of school-aged children, the precipitous decline in the reputation of the school system is of alarming concern. Parents of middle school and high school students are making decisions to remove their children from the school system and enrolling their children in private schools in the area. This is what my fellow residents should concern themselves with, and not opposing the religious liberties and rights to worship for the Jewish residents of Milburn and Short Hills.
Thank you.
Hi, Shari Stein, 40 Taylor Street in Milburn.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So I started out living in the town 29 years ago in the South Mountain section on Mountain View Road and moved 11 years ago to Taylor Street. I have seen many things evolve in the town that have caused traffic, from Trader Joe's, which I frequent and am in favor of, and I don't mind the traffic because I do need that store, to all kinds of things on Main Street, Milburn Avenue, currently some of the new housing that is right across from where I live, near the police station in Milburn. And all of that is very real, but that's what happens as a town grows. I do not believe in any instance that the High Center expansion would involve any extra traffic of any proportion that we need to be concerned about. I happen to be an Orthodox Jew who will walk to the High Center. What I love about the High Center, one of the things, is just that they welcome everybody. You don't have to be an Orthodox Jew. In fact, when they have held celebrations throughout the town, you don't have to be Jewish. Everybody is welcome. Everybody feels that their warmth. And but for those of us who don't drive on Saturday, I do have to say the traffic won't be affected at all on Saturdays. On many holidays throughout the year, you won't have cars coming in and out. And I don't believe there will be any significant traffic even at other times. And I'll just share one story that might help hopefully turn your hearts to making the correct decision to approve of this
expansion, making it more available, making what they provide more available to more people. I have a dear, dear friend, Jackie Freed, who lived in Milburn and then Short Hills, and became very sick and passed away from ovarian cancer. She was not, she was a member of B'nai Israel in the congregation in Milburn, but every single time I went to the hospital to visit my friend, the Bogomivskis were there. One, either the rabbi or the Rebbitzin was there. I didn't even know that she knew them. They were there for her in every way. She was an artist, and they invited her to do her art and welcomed her incredibly, and that is who they are. That is what happens. I can tell you of more instances, but rather than take up the time, I just really hope that you make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Eric Colchabiro, 44 Cambridge Drive. Colchamiro.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I'm here in support of the application. I've been in this neighborhood since 2008 and attending synagogue services. I think this is a really wonderful opportunity for this planning board, and I thank you for your service, to really change the narrative about our town. You've heard some quite compelling testimony about the history, unfortunately. But this is a new era. You have there's something called tolerance, wokeness, if you will, whatever you. But you know, a Jewish Orthodox synagogue is just as worthy of being here as any of the other wonderful houses of worship. And I really think you could serve a tremendous service to this community, to the reputation of the town. I'd rather focus on the positives than all of the negatives, but they do concern me about Department of Justice investigations, because that history that we've all sort of inherited just by the nature of our predecessors, that all sort of weighs in on the story, unfortunately, and it taints things a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about the importance of quality of life in the town. I walk by churches all the time in town, and I'm sure you all have too. It sort of adds to the character of the neighborhood. I can't imagine walking or shaking my head, oh, can you believe we have to walk past this? I don't think anybody even thinks that. And I think it's going to be the same way with a Jewish house of worship. I do want to turn a little bit to something that's been a little bit of a concern for me. And that is the sheer amount of time that these hearings have dragged on. We're all, somewhat familiar with the concept of due process. Part of that is like an inherent sense of sort of a speedy trial, if you will. I know this is not a trial. But there are costs involved. We have an applicant, the rabbi. There's been money spent to buy a piece of property, one of the very, very few properties that actually meets the qualifications of the minimum 3 acres. It's zoned properly. To start nitpicking on definitions of buffers that are not readily apparent to an applicant before he or she purchases the property, to try to impose that 10 to 12 meetings into the hearings with an outsider to try to define it in its most narrow form. I ask you if that's really fair and equitable. Would you ever want to buy a piece of property and find out that the planning board is going to come up with the most narrow possible definition when they had the power of the pen when preparing the zoning materials to put the public on notice if they were going to try to interpret it that narrowly? You gotta interpret these restrictions. Zoning, at the end of the day, zoning is a restriction on land use. It's a restriction on freedom of property ownership. If you're gonna go and do it narrowly, when you have the power of the pen and control it, is fundamentally unfair to someone who's purchased that property. I wouldn't want that to happen to any of your families, and I wouldn't want it to happen to the Orthodox Jews either. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
David Kazanov, 11 Gray Hills Terrace, Short Hills. Khazanov. V.
And I'm sorry, your address?
11 Great Hills Terrace, Short Hills.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
As a lifelong resident of Melbourne and current high school student, it saddens me to see the level of resistance within the community towards allowing a temple to build a properly sized synagogue that includes a small daycare center and a Hebrew school. All necessary amendments have already been addressed, yet the project continues to face unnecessary delays. When I personally attended Hebrew school, it was first in a basement, then later in a temporary space at Casa Colombo. The constant change in location made it extremely difficult for me to engage, and I eventually had just gone tired of it and just quit altogether. I was also one of the many children that were part of the temple that did not have a bar mitzvah at the temple due to the lack of space. We simply couldn't just accommodate 100 guests for the service. At this point, I respectfully urge the board to approve this project without further delay. The drawn-out process is not only disheartening, but also a waste of time and resources that could be better spent supporting our community's future. Let's come together and do what's right for the community, for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Edward Michaelis, 37 Blaine Street. B as in boy, I-K-A-L-E-S.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. My son is a high school student at MHS. My parents are Holocaust survivors, ages 96 and 94. They have spoken many times at MHS and at MMS and have been part of the community for a long time through these advocacy efforts. I'm kind of shocked that I'm here in front of you because we've been coming here for so many meetings, for Wednesday after Wednesday after Wednesday, hoping that this would come, that this time would come. And it feels to me, just having observed this, I'm just a layperson, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know much about this, but it sure feels like this was an attempt at a filibuster, bringing up just one far-fetched objection after another and circling back over and over and thinking that we were going to run out of patience, that you were going to wear us down, that you were going to cost so much money to the rabbi and to the facility that we wouldn't be able to go ahead with it. But let me tell you, as a child of Holocaust survivors, that is not going to happen with this community. That is not going to happen. We are very glad that we found the High Center, and we have had so many wonderful experiences there. And there's so many things that we have not been able to do there. I don't know how many of you have actually been inside it, but the area to actually worship currently is probably from that desk back to that wall. That's the room that we have to deal with. It's not fair to the many people who would benefit from this. It's not fair to our community, and I don't mean just our community, as has been mentioned by others. There would be many events that could happen in a larger space that would be open to all of all faiths. We need to have a real home, and we unfortunately have been going sometimes to South Orange to a synagogue there, we'd like to stay in Milburn, but simply because there's just not the space to have the kind of events that we want. There's not a nicer family that you're going to meet. There's not a nicer community that's more welcoming of, and I would very much encourage you to approve this conforming proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evan Frankel, EvanFrankel, 6 Park Road, Short Hills, New Jersey.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It is.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, neighbors, and fellow residents, I'm going to read a prepared statement. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you to this board for their efforts over the past 259 days. You've sat through it all, plans, blueprints, testimony. You've listened to experts, to attorneys, to consultants. But tonight, I'm asking you to listen to us, to the people who live here, who drive these roads every day, who tuck our kids into bed at night while headlights flash through our windows, who shovel the sidewalks, who pay the taxes. We're not lobbyists. We don't have lawyers in suits and binders full of renderings. We have lived experiences. So let me make one thing clear from the very start. This is not about religion. I am a Jew. I respect Rabbi Bogomilsky. I respect his congregation's right to worship. But this application is not about religious freedom. It's about reckless development. It's about a 22,000 square foot facility, 95 parking spaces, event spaces, a school, classrooms, lights that run 24/7, crammed into the heart of a residential neighborhood, our neighborhood. We're talking about a structure 7 times the size of the average home in the area, 7 times. We're talking about traffic that already makes Old Short Hills Road a nightmare, now being doubled. We're talking about Parsonage Hill Road becoming a parking lot every weekend. We're talking about destroying 60 mature trees that protect this neighborhood from floods, heat, and pollution, and replacing them with concrete and car horns, floodlights, and fumes. This is not a modest house of worship. It's a commercial-scale compound in disguise. And I have to ask you, what happens when this place can't sustain itself? What happens when the congregation membership declines and the bills add up and the building's too sacred to sell but too big to survive? Then what? Do we end up with a derelict structure, another lawsuit, a zoning mess no one wants to own? This board is not here to rubber stamp a site plan. You are the final line of defense. You are the firewall against irreversible mistakes. This is permanent. There is no undo button. Don't let the pressure fool you. This is not about religious rights. This is about land use, zoning, scale. Nobody here is against faith. We're against bad planning. We believe in religious freedom. We believe in fairness. But freedom gives the right to overwhelm. No freedom gives us the right to overwhelm a neighborhood. This is about fit. This is about impact. This is about protecting the integrity of our town. You don't have to whisper no. You can say it loudly and you can say it clearly. This is too much. This does not belong here. This is not in the public interest. Because if you approve this, you're not just approving square footage, you're approving chaos, you're approving risk, you're approving the future that this can't walk back from. And if you think this community won't forget, we won't. So tonight, I say this on behalf of the hundreds of families who walk these streets, who raise their children here, who believe in the future of this town. Don't mistake their absence and their as a lack of their support. I can tell you that this community is watching and we're counting on this board to get it right. So vote no. Vote no to an overreaching commercial scale compound. Vote no to gridlock. Vote no to stripping this neighborhood of what makes it livable. And yes, vote yes to worship, but in a place where it fits. Not here, not like this. Vote yes to common sense and vote yes to Milburn. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody, please hold the comments. And please, whoever is heckling in the back, it's very disrespectful. And please don't do it. All right, if you need to do it or go outside, but don't do it in here. Thank you.
Andrew Kapp, 18 Madison Terrace, neighbor to the west. KAPP.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Affirmed.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. Look, I've been coming to these meetings. I don't want to be here. I'm sure all of you don't either. It's a lot of time. I'm very busy. My wife and I have lived here for 9 years. We purchased a private house. It's relatively set back from all different places. I'm not opposed to the Chi Center. I really enjoyed listening to the supporters tonight, and throughout this whole process. I do not want to get into all the arguments here that have been made, but personally, it is my right to defend the privacy of my property. I'm going from having a, very undeveloped lot next to me to a parking lot 25 feet from the edge of my property line. I think the buffer requirements, and I'll let everybody else argue that, is not spurious. It is real, and I absolutely have the right to my privacy, my security, and my quality of life. And so it feels like this is a very complex development, and lots of things have been accommodated. It sort of boggles my mind that we can't build a small fence to block the headlights from coming into my living room window. That's it.
Thank you.
This one? Good evening. This one, thank you. Christine Best, 15 Fairfield Terrace. Thank you. I've been a resident for, oh, I'm supposed to be quiet.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Mr. Warner.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Christine Best, 15 Fairfield Terrace. I'm a 27-year resident of Short Hills. My husband and I, my husband's name is Ira, we moved here because of the fact that there was a Jewish community here, actually. And, there was a lot of comments about anti-Semitism. I can tell you that many people that live on Park Road are Jewish, and they're afraid to be here tonight because they don't want to be called that. And I stand here because I'm a strong person in support of my friends and people who will be impacted, because then it can happen in another neighborhood. This development will set precedent for other organizations, whether it's a school or another religious organization, such as the Church of the Latter-day Saints that's looking for space to build anywhere in town, anywhere they can accumulate land. So it's very concerning to me. I care very much about land use issues. That is the only reason why I'm here. And I also care very much about the Jewish religion, and I have empathy, and I am very sorry for some of the things that happened in the past to this organization, and I didn't have anything to do with it. So I'm sorry, I really am. But I want to talk about quite a number of things. I had some evidence, Mr. Warner, that I submitted to you around March 19th. So I'm going to walk through. I prepared a statement. I hope you'll let me read it all. A planning board can and must make building decisions based on evidence, including witness credibility. They weigh the testimony of all witnesses, including experts and public members, to reach a decision. This includes assessing the credibility of witnesses based on factors like their expertise, honesty, and consistency of their statements. As part of my public comment, I would like to speak first to evidence of lack of credibility by Rabbi Buglansky. First, historically, the rabbi has repeatedly sought out pieces of property, which he has every right to do, and I fully support his interest in doing that. A lot of these applications never comply to any of the zoning restrictions, township ordinances, or happen to be in violation of master plan values and neighborhood deed restrictions. There has been a constant twisting of the RLUIPA law to intimidate planning board members and to mastermind schemes to attempt to build what a group wants and where they want it, regardless of the law and constrictions it places on neighborhoods' residents' lifestyle. The current application is a repeat of historic patterns that have been done in the past. Oh, I'm sorry. One must also consider, why would you buy property to build an institution in which you know the deed has land use restrictions to residential only, and then you have to wonder, why would anyone before getting approval to build, before planning or zoning board, tear down an asset of an estate-sized house in fine condition, probably valued at $1 million to $1.8 million, unless you had some type of inside track confirmation that you could build from someone aligned with your mission. Why were both of our township foresters never or rarely present at any of the application meetings? Were they told to stand down? Why was the engineer absent at so many meetings, and her assistant engineer never present at any in her place? Why didn't Mr. Petto, our township planner, characterize clear township and zoning codes to be totally misconstrued in favor of the applicant on both the buffers and accessory codes as well as lighting codes? Was he told to do that? Why did the chair of the Environmental Commission make aggressive comments to me when I asked about the High Center violating the settlement agreement in a public meeting? Why did the EC chair submit environmental findings of fact statements calling out some concerns about lighting and stormwater management and never show up to a meeting to support their statements on behalf of the township or question witnesses or add and fluff about native plants versus commenting on the impact of the loss of mature trees and stormwater management issues? The High Center's original land at the historic Bodwell House required a variance. It was on an incredibly small piece of property and was rejected. The application for variance in 1 Jefferson was also turned down because of the massive scale of the plans. This was not discrimination. That is following the rule of law that any homeowner would have to follow. I wasn't allowed to build a 7-foot high fence for some reason. Then after all of that, he violates zoning regulation, is fined to close to $500,000, and the township waives the fines. He continues to violate township ordinances and then is sued by the Welch family at 165 Old Short Hills Road, among other neighbors. And the court upholds the ruling in favor of the Welches that he's in violation of deed restrictions, proving with evidence that services were going on. Then again, in a TC meeting in 2024, I'm called out. I call out the violations of a settlement agreement, and the deputy mayor, who is a friend and a congregate, called me out as against a religion because I challenged why the township allows this egregious violation. As a matter of fact, my great-grandmother escaped from Hungary to Brazil to meet my great-grandfather during the Holocaust. Among the rabbi and his congregants, it appears that this man will orchestrate verbal attacks on anyone that challenges the ability to follow the rule of law, let alone common kindness to his fellow residents. If someone wanted to have a house of worship, why did they not look to aggregate property in commercial or mixed-use areas where there would be no challenges such as residential deeds and zoning restrictions? Discrimination would not be approving a suitable property. No property application like this has been approved in probably over 60+ years. All the stuff that everybody's talking about is grandfathered. If they really wanted to exercise their free exercise of religion, why didn't the High Center purchase Chanticleer property, for example? Clearly, that would have been a suitable, provable location that would not violate the master plan and residential rights. But he wants a place in a residential neighborhood. I also feel...
Ms. Best, how much longer do you think?
Well, I think other people spoke over 4 minutes. So
I've been timing, nobody over 5. And
Okay.
I know you made a submission,
that's
so,
not-
no,
here.
I know you've made a
I'm
submission,
gonna give
so
this
I
to you.
appreciate
No,
that.
I'm going to just put this on record, just so you know, okay? Here's your evidence. I had a lot to say. I sat in almost every single meeting, just so you know.
I was here.
And there's also my constitutional right for secular society not to be impacted.
Ms. Best, you may want to speak into the mic so it's picked up.
I think it's very unfair that you didn't tell people and articulate the amount of time we should have had, because I prepared a statement that I can't read and just go through and cut through, okay? That's what I'm trying to say. So I'll cut that all out, because you're not allowing me to do that, but everybody got their time.
I was going to allow it because you did make a submission. So for
Okay,
you
thank
to
you.
substantiate what you had submitted to us, I think that's fine.
Sure.
Mr. Feld has also made a submission to us, which I think then that deserves a little bit more time.
Okay.
So I was affording you that time.
Okay, so, thank you. Going back to, let me just talk to you quickly if you guys want to look through the submission that I gave you, because I think walking through it would be helpful.
You want to let us know what you gave us? These are copies,
Mhm.
are they all the same?
They're all the same.
Okay, so for purposes of the, Mr. Levine, can you give Mr. Levine one?
Oh, yes,
So he knows what he-
actually transmitted this. to
That's
Mr.
fine, just
Levine
get,
on March 19th. Yep.
all you have to do is hand it to him. Mr. Levine, do you have any objection to this document being introduced into evidence by Ms. Best? I believe she's going to testify with respect to it. I'm sorry?
No objection, Mr. Warren.
No objection. I'm going to, for the record, hand half of them roughly, one direction, roughly half to the other direction, so the board members get them very quickly, and keep one for myself. And we're going to mark it, I think it's safe to guess it's an O exhibit, so here's more. So.
I marked it X, but that's fine.
Well, that's.
I just made up a number
No,
for you.
no problem. What are we up to on O exhibits, Eileen? O13 for the record, and it's entitled High Center Settlement Agreement Violation, and it goes on. So, for the record, please proceed, with the chair's permission.
Thank you.
Please.
So in terms of credibility, credibility is important when you're evaluating a decision, okay? It actually is in front of planning boards. Mike, can you please not whisper between yourselves? Because it's really distracting. Thank you so much, because you told me to stand down in the last meeting. So, going back to that, what I was trying to say is that the Facebook page that the High Center had was pulled down. I haven't gone on it lately, but it was pulled down about like a month or two ago. I had actually screenshotted images of all the religious events that were there, because our township gave over $750,000 as part of a settlement agreement, which Rabbi Bogolminsky agreed to uphold. So he took the money and didn't uphold it. I'm making that statement publicly because it shows to the credibility as you're looking at that. And that's evidence from it. I don't know if it's been put back up and/or altered from what I scanned. It's not liable, it's a screenshot.
So there's no, so, hang on. Hang on.
You just made a threat to me, Mr. Bogolminsky, as you did in the park.
Mr. Chairman, you want to use the... We also do have an officer of the law, I'll reflect on the record here, in order to help the chairman ensure proper civil decorum for these quasi-judicial proceedings. So if everyone can exercise adult-like restraint, the kind that our children might learn from, and those who represent people exercise your fiduciary responsibilities to help them exercise that restraint, we can proceed
I would ask you,
with this quasi-judicial proceeding, so that everyone gets due process, and the planning board, serving in a public service, non-compensated way, can represent their fellow residents by hearing the application and deciding it in accordance with the law based upon the evidence presented to them. And none of that time that I just took should be allocated to Ms. Best for whatever time she has. That was my time, not hers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's please proceed.
Thank you. I can tell you, I've started up a $250 million company, and I've done business all over the world, and you do not scare me, okay? Your threats don't scare me. It might make me nervous.
Mr. Chairman, I advise that all witnesses speak to the board and not to each
Okay.
other.
His threats don't scare me, but I have to tell you, based on that backlash, because I'm just telling the truth, it makes me feel extremely uncomfortable and I feel very threatened as a woman, and I'm uncomfortable. And I've actually witnessed and seen other people, members of this community, be harassed on multiple occasions, and I'm putting that on the record. Maybe they will speak to it, maybe they won't. So going back to...
Do you wish to take a break, or would you like to continue?
No, I just
And-
would like to
and we
try.
do have
I'm
an
very
yeah,
flustered
yeah.
because I just
I
wanted to
understand.
read my statement.
That's why the chair may give
Thank
you that
you.
opportunity if you want to take a
Mhm.
break and gather yourself. And we do have an officer of the law
Thank
standing
you.
by very closely.
Thank you very much. So I'm not going to read this entire thing. But I will say that that type of tactic is not effective. And that is why I actually sit here and stand and make comments and have come to all these meetings. I care very much that people can exercise their religion. I want to point out, religious rights do not override secular rights. People have a right to live in peace in their home and not be disrupted by light. I successfully had a neighbor who has had lights that were probably 1/100th of the lights the neighbors will experience. And the township officer came and actually shut that down, okay? So a 100-car parking lot with lights that look like Best Buy is against and in violation of code. I'm not sure if Graham understands that. I also want to talk about the accessory use. I believe that putting all the accessory equipment on the roof is a way to meet the zoning requirements so he doesn't have to go in front of the zoning board. And I think that this entire application needs to be flipped to the zoning board and should have been done in the beginning. The entertaining of all the changes was highly inappropriate, and it is being spun by the High Center as giving them a hassle when really what was presented was inappropriate. So I want to just talk about the accessory use. Air conditioning needs to be in the back or side yard. It's very clear in the ordinance. It says it right there, cut and dry. There's no characterization of it as Graham speaks to it. It cannot be put on the roof. I don't think any neighbor should have to look at roof equipment of an industrial nature. And it's very inconsiderate. At the very least, fix that. The fence and the buffer, minimum. The fact that that hasn't been done just shows a lack of interest in the local community and an interest in your own self. Stating it like it is. I'm almost done. And then the lighting, again, complete violation of township code. It is completely against the Environmental Commission's viewpoints, and it should not be allowed in a residential zone. And this should not be allowed in a residential zone. And I will remind the board that there is case law, which I've seen has been chosen to be ignored, that supports the planning board to look at deed restrictions, okay? There is a deed restriction that has been in place with a very, very large group of homes, and it says residential use only. I will leave you at that. I'm sorry if I offended people. I just don't want a big development, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Best.
Hi, good evening. I'm Ariel Mizrahi. I live at 176 Old Short Hills Road. My last name is Mizrahi.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
I'm shorter than your
That's it.
last speaker.
Some of us can identify with
Yeah.
that.
So much has been said. I don't know if you understand that my address is directly across from this property site. My husband and I were house hunting before our children were born in 2021 during the pandemic, and we really struggled to find the right house, to the point that when we finally came to Millburn and our friends encouraged us, I talked him into looking at something that was beyond our means. I walked inside, I did a little turn on the landing. I thought to myself, this is our house, but it's not possible. And on the way out, we told the next people that it was disgusting inside. And lo and behold, we made an offer, and this is our home. And before we bought it, we really struggled with where is our Jewish community going to be. And we looked at different towns in the area. This was maybe like our 30th house. And we didn't know about the Chai Center across the street. And it was through this process of buying our house and making these hard decisions and feeling like this is really where I'm supposed to be that we discovered the community was already there, and it met our observance level. And we have since brought home 2 daughters and named them both across the street. And I can't tell you that after listening to the last speakers, in my mind I was thinking it felt like a character assassination. I was not surprised that the rabbi left the room to collect himself. I'm in shock. I'm still shaking a little bit. This has been a family that has welcomed us to town, our peers, and helped us create the beginning of a whole future here. And so maybe I represent the group of constituents of Millburn that are at the beginning of something, and have some of the youngest children of people who have spoken tonight, and really do expect to matriculate them through our schools and have a home for Hebrew school and nursery school and all of these things. And, I don't know Christine Best personally, but I am a member of Happy Millburn, and I'm on my phone. I'm also an interior designer in town. I work on many projects in the neighborhood, both new construction and also some of our very beloved historic homes. And I have witnessed her comment so often. She's the first poster, the first commenter against this project. And so many things have come up that feel contrary to what I know as a resident across the street. And I think, in the interest of time, we won't go through those. It's certainly not my level of expertise. But I want to tell you that as someone who pulls out of that driveway across the street from the Chai Center numerous times a day, all times of day, with babies in the back seat, that if you just have a little bit of patience, you can make it out of your driveway without taking your life in your hands. It's not an easy road. It's the throughway, really to get from Livingston to downtown. And I know that because I don't have a synagogue across the street to send my children to for nursery school. And so we do drive every day to Livingston to the Orthodox shul there. And I wish it was across the street. I wish I could keep Shabbat and walk across the street. Pretty much the only thing we don't do is drive on Shabbat because we have to go to Livingston. And we spend a lot of money to do that. And I would really love to invest in our town. And so I want to leave you with this idea of patience. It's something some of our other supporters of the synagogue have mentioned already. I have a lot of it, and I'm so excited about this project. I want you to consider the families of young children and how I've only been in town for 4 years, but I bought my forever home, and I'm not going anywhere, and I have a lot of patience to talk to you about this. I'm excited to be a part of it and to build something new, and I really hope that this is the opportunity and this is the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Natalia Kashurina. I live on 20 Park Road.
Do you need the spelling, or are you good? No, I have it. Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear to all gods that the testimony I'm about to give is the truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Thank you. Please proceed.
Unfortunately, I don't want to talk about this really, but I sadly also was at some point harassed on my own street from the attendees of the synagogue. I don't want to talk about that because I know everybody is different, and I know everyone who attends the synagogue is different too. So it's not about the religion, it's about people. It's a little short, isn't it? My grandmother also was Jewish, so it's definitely not about religion. And I keep on coming to this meeting, and the point I want to make today that it feels like a huge missed opportunity to me. We have 3 interested parties here. We have the people of the rabbi, his Chai Center, who's willing to build a building, invest money, they have it clearly. We have the residential neighborhood, which wants to stay residential, want to keep our peace, want our homes, want maybe historical neighborhood, maybe just residential neighborhood. I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional again. And we want downtown Millburn to be restored. We want renaissance of Millburn downtown, right? So why can we not create this win-win-win situation? Why can you not include this synagogue as a part of Millburn Township master plan? I'm sure it's possible. You know, it's in your hands, guys and ladies. I mean, we can find the sites that is appropriate, that is compliant, and build it there. I mean, we're not against people. We want them to exercise their religion. Give me seconds. So the huge problem for us is mainly a traffic, because Parsonage Hill Road and Short Hills Road is already very dangerous. People keep on telling us no, but it is. The only way this project can exist if drivers take unsafe gaps in the traffic to take turns. Just think about it. Unsafe gaps to take turns. Just that phrase alone tells me this is a not sustainable project. My neighbor, I don't want to name her because people are afraid, by the way, they're afraid to speak up. No, I'm not sure why I'm not afraid, I'm a little crazy. But she had 2 accidents in the last 18 months. With her first one with her 2 children. First one was 1 year old, another one 3 years old. They were with her in the car. I mean, this is not okay, guys. I mean, we don't want to put our children at risk. I understand there will be a lot of children who wants to have a Hebrew studies and have a school, but what about our children that live on our road? We have a lot of them. I mentioned that before, right? I don't want them to run to the playground. I don't want them to be in the car risking their lives. They're equally important. But I want everyone to win here, and I think it's up to you guys for us all to win. And I think it's possible. And I don't want us to miss that possibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ed Mazer, 119 Greenwood Drive, Milburn.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
First of all, I'd like to thank you all for your service to the town. I was previous chair of the planning board and previously vice chair of the zoning board. I am biased. I've been a member of the High Center since the 1980s on Oval Road, and we've been through all of the trials and tribulations trying to get a house of worship in this town. I am biased, but this would be an easy application for me to approve if I were on this board. This is a fully conforming application with no variances for an inherently beneficial use. When I was on this board, we, of course, did not have any applications for houses of worship because none of the houses of worship comply with the zoning. All of those cases would go to the Zoning Board of Adjustment. When I was on that board, I believe we only heard one case, and that was an expansion of the Wyoming Presbyterian Church on, I think the expanded one was going to be 8/10 of an acre. It still exceeded building coverage, lot coverage, and it provided not a single on-site parking space. That application was approved in one meeting. I voted for it, and I think most of the board felt the same way. It is important to support religion. That is part of the fabric of this town, and as houses of worship need to evolve to meet the present-day needs, I felt that it was important for that to be done. I'd like to just emphasize that there's been comments about why don't we move somewhere else or get another lot. It's understandable. Neighbors have a right to be heard by this board. But as you all are well aware, houses of worship by the zoning in this town have to be in residential areas. In fact, every one of the 11 houses of worship in this town is in fact in a residential area. There's been a comment made several meetings ago, why don't you find another lot, meaning get one where there aren't as many people objecting to it from the neighborhood. And the simple answer is we did try to get other lots. It's very difficult trying to get a 3-acre lot in this town. There's, as I think somebody else alluded to it, it's about 1 out of every 1,000 lots is 3 acres, has had sufficient frontage, is on one of the required streets. In the past, we did attempt to purchase 2 of those properties, as somebody previously mentioned, at 272 Old Short Hills Road and at 105 Old Short Hills Road. 272 Old Short Hills Road was adjacent to the park. If people wanted a location where there weren't a whole lot of neighbors around, that was it. That was a property that had less than 100 feet of frontage and should not have been subdividable. The mayor at the time, Tom McDermott, when he heard that we were interested in buying it, got involved and encouraged the owner not to sell to us, and that he would help him get a subdivision for the property. There was a subdivision granted with, I believe, 8 variances and 4 easements. The access to the property had to be through Old Short Hills Park. Old Short Hills Park was purchased in part with state funds. The state was not asked to grant an easement for these lots. When the state found out about it, they issued a stop work order. The builder ended up suing Milburn. The state had an action against Milburn. During the deposition of the builder's planner, Larry Keller, he was asked some questions about the involvement of the mayor, and I'd like to just read a few sentences from that. The mayor was Tom McDermott. Mr. Keller stated in his deposition, Mr. McDermott informed me that I said I didn't think it would be in the best interest to lose the house. And Mr. McDermott said something to the effect that if the rabbi were to purchase it, well, we could always condemn the property. I said that would be a lengthy litigation, and he indicated, we are the town, litigation is pennies on the dollar compared to what anybody else can spend on a lawsuit. So if any of you are ever in Old Short Hills Park and wondering why 2 houses have access through the park, that's it. The other property that...
Pardon me, sir, you're going over at 6 minutes.
All right, I'll be brief.
Okay, thank you.
The next one was 105 Old Short Hills Road. This one, when the mayor found out about it again, they slipped into a zoning ordinance that houses of worship, I'll just read it, it's quicker. Subparagraph, this is from the legal notice in the item, subparagraph 606.2D1, providing for houses of worship as conditional uses in the R3, R4, R5, and R6 zones is repealed, and then it goes through the renumbering of the others. In effect, with no discussion, the Township Committee at one meeting just decided, basically, with no public input, to try to ban houses of worship. That would, of course, grandfathered in every existing house of worship and just prohibited anywhere in the town any new house of worship. At that point, the owner decided that we would not be able to get approval and declined to sell to us. I would urge you to do the right thing, to stop this 3 decades of harassment. This should be an easy application. It's variance-free. It complies with all of the conditional uses, and I hope that you'll approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Goldberg, 103 Meadowbrook Road.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
My name is Jeff Goldberg, and I live at 103 Meadowbrook Road in the Glenwood section of town. My wife and I moved here in September 1998, which is almost 27 years ago. One of the things I noticed when looking at the neighborhood and surrounding area was a Judaica store on Milburn Avenue. After closing on the house, we went over to the Judaica store to purchase mezuzahs, which are encased doorpost scrolls. To place on the right side doorposts of our home, something common in a Jewish home as a reminder of God's presence and a symbol of Jewish identity and faith. That is when we met Rabbi Bogomilsky and his wife Rivki. Rivki invited me to attend services, and since then our family has been regular attendees at events held by the Chai Center. During the period we have lived here, the Chai Center has had several applications for a house of worship in front of either the zoning board, planning board, or both. The first application was on Milburn Avenue across and down the street from Milburn High School in a residential neighborhood. The application consisted of merging 3 properties into one and building a house of worship. The application required several variances, the main variance having to do with the merged properties being less than 3 acres in size. Needless to say, the application was turned down, with the main reason being the property was less than 3 acres. Moving forward 10 years or so, the Chai Center again applied for a house of worship, this time at 1 Jefferson. Like Milburn Avenue, it was also an application where 2 properties were going to be merged. Even though this application included larger properties, it did not meet the 3-acre standard and was turned down. 2 of the requirements for a house of worship are it must be in a residential neighborhood, and the lot size needs to be at least 3 acres. If you look at the map of the Township of Milburn, there are very few properties meeting that standard. I've been told that there are currently only 5 potential properties in town. 4 of them are on Hartshorn Drive, and the 5th one is 165 Old Short Hills Road, the location of the current Chai Center application. I thought I'd mention this because the question of why this site was chosen has come up several times during the meetings. It is 3+ acres and it is in a residential zone. During this application process, I would like to address a few other issues that have been repeated during this process. I've heard comments regarding deed restrictions. From my understanding, there are no enforceable deed restrictions to stop the use of this property as a house of worship. Another comment is about this property being in a historical site. If that were the case, why was a permit granted to knock down the existing structures on the property? The simple reason it is not a designated historical site. There are people who wish the property to be an historical site, but their wishes are not reality. Regarding the water management system, the people impacted most from a faulty water management system would be the rabbi and Rivki Bogomilsky, who live in the closest proximity to any water-related issues. Getting back to the communal need for an Orthodox house of worship in this town, for myself and my family, our preference is to attend Orthodox religious services, which we do every Sabbath and holiday. Presently, there are no Orthodox houses of worship in town. The closest ones are Congregation Israel in Springfield and Chabad at Short Hills, which is in Livingston. Let's see. I am 100% in support of this fully compliant application for a house of worship and hope the board will be in support also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nomi Harel, 45 Woodfield Drive. Nomi-Harel.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
My name is Nomi Harel. I'm 17 years old, and I was born and raised here in this township. My whole life, my family has always prayed at the Bogomilskys under Rabbi Bogomilsky and his lovely wife, Rivki. I, in fact, could not imagine this town without the Chai Center. I've heard comments about how people have been harassed, but I have been subject to that. This year, on one of the most important holidays of the year, Rosh Hashanah, our Jewish New Year, me, my sister, and my mom parked in front of a friend's house, just as we've done all 17 years of my life, and I was bombarded, screamed at, and harassed by a couple that is actually here today. We were given papers that had stated that the police had been called and were shrieked at. And this ruined one, again, of the most important holidays of the year. Me, my sister, and my mom proceeded kindly and responded with comments such as, "I hope you have a nice day." And we proceeded to go to the synagogue across the street and prayed on the most important holiday of the year. My two sisters and I were all bat mitzvahed at the Chai Center, and while we were very thankful, we did have our events in a tent, often in cold temperatures, as well as I was not able to have most of my friends at my bat mitzvah due to space constrictions. I'm asking you to please approve this application so that when I grow up and have a family of my own, I can move back to this town that I love to have a bat mitzvah for my kids in a proper synagogue that I've always dreamed of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarit Harel, 45 Woodfield Drive.
Please raise your, thank you. Do you swear to God or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I know it's late. I'm going to make this very brief. I want to thank the board for many, many nights listening to our application. I've lived in town over 20 years. We've raised our family here, our 3 girls. I met the Bogomilskis, actually met Rifki at the 4th of July carnival that we have every year, and we had been looking for a synagogue. We'd been in town a year, and we'd visited synagogues in many neighboring towns, and we just didn't find the right fit. And I met Rifki, she introduced herself, and then the next day she brought a challah to our house, and the rest is history. We've been praying with the Bogomilskis since then. And I've heard a lot of talk about being a resident. I'm a resident. I'm a long-term resident. I work in town. And I just want to reiterate how important this application is, and that there are a lot of tax-paying residents that really want this. It's not just, sometimes I feel like I hear talk, oh, the rabbi, like he's like a lone wolf outside group. Like, he's a resident, we're residents, and there are many of us that really want this conforming application, and we've waited a really long time to have the privilege of praying in our own synagogue. One final story, because I'm still shooken up by the accusations about the rabbi and his character. And when my husband's mother was dying of cancer, she passed away in Chicago, and the rabbi flew out to surprise him for the funeral. And to this day, that's still so touching to me that he cares so much about our community, and we have a close-knit community that we hope continues to grow. And I strongly urge you to approve this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Robert Daly, D-A-L-E-Y, 15 Edgewood Terrace.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I've resided at my residence, aforementioned residence, for nearly 28 years. I'm sure that all present here tonight will agree that there are many things that make Millburn a great place to live. From my perspective as a member of the Jewish community, the Chai Center, under the leadership of Rabbi Mendy and Rebbitzin Rifki Bogomilsky, is one of those things that makes Millburn special to me and to many of my neighbors. I'm here tonight to add my voice in support of the application before this board. In deference to time, I will not repeat comments and testimony made earlier this evening. I will simply state the following. The Chai Center has contributed positively to my quality of life in the township. I implore you to approve the proposed expansion and welcome a fully functioning Orthodox synagogue in our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Kimberly Colchamiro, C-O-L-C-H-A-M-I-R-O, 44 Cambridge Drive. I've been living in town since, sorry, yes,
Please
I
raise
swear to
your-
tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank
So
you,
help me
but
God.
you can't steal my line. I still have to do it. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, The whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I've been living in town since 2008. I met the Bogomilskis when I was looking for a preschool for my second child, who was ready for preschool. We were looking for something in the Orthodox tradition, and it didn't exist at the time in the township. And Rifki said, we're looking to do, to create a preschool, but unfortunately it doesn't exist today. We left the township at that point to find another preschool to send him to, and then my daughter, who was born later. And I just want a point of clarification for people who are not so familiar with the Jewish faith, because, you hear people testifying saying, I'm Jewish, and clearly this isn't anti-Semitism because I'm Jewish, and as a Jew, I can't be anti-Semitic. And within the Jewish faith, one of the things that's been most painful for many Jews over the last few years has been Jews speaking out against Jews and Jews speaking out against different sects within Judaism. But there are differences in what the traditions are at the different levels of Orthodoxy, whether you're Reform, Conservative, Orthodox. And the really, really beautiful thing about Chabad and the Chabad tradition, which the Rabbi and Rifki support, is that it's so inclusive to everybody, regardless of what level your faith is. So there are people that come to the synagogue who have no religious background whatsoever. Their whole mission in life is just to teach people and help people wherever they're at and meet them wherever they're at. But for the people who do want to practice within the Orthodox tradition, there is no other place in this town where you can do that. So while they will accommodate, people who know very little or Reform and want to practice that way, they're welcome. But then the people who do require a more religious observance and an Orthodox traditional teaching and practice are able to find that there, which is not available anywhere else in the town. And for people who say, just go somewhere else to get that, if you're really Orthodox, you can't, because you don't drive on the holidays. So leaving to go to Livingston or Springfield or another town, it's not possible. And so it means that either people are violating their religious observance to drive, as somebody said she's doing now on Sabbath, or they're not moving here at all. At the moment, it's just not inclusive to people with Orthodox traditions. And so I hope you'll all consider that as you make this really important decision. And I am very sensitive to the neighbors very close by who feel so impacted, because it's very understandable what their concerns are. But there are a lot of people in town whose needs are also not being met today, who are taxpayers in this town and really, really need this property to proceed. So thank you for your careful attention.
Thank you.
I'm Ryan Andrew Lunny, 7 Park Circle.
You have to speak up and spell your name.
Ryan Andrew Lunny.
Andrew.
Lunny, L-U-N-N-Y.
L-U-N-N-Y. And your address.
7 Park Circle. I have a brief presentation.
I'm sorry, what's your question, and maybe we can help?
I have a brief presentation.
Okay, and you want to make it how?
Is there some way to display it?
Display what's on your computer? I'm going to ask Eileen. Oh, if it's going to be on a, well, we have video, and you'll be able to take down what's the spoken word, obviously. You didn't take down what I just said. Okay. Okay. We're going to do our best to try to accommodate, with the chair's permission. I'm sorry to.
Absolutely.
I figure you'll hit me or tell me to stop when at the appropriate time. Oh, there you go.
We still have the objectors closing arguments
And what we're,
It's going to be like an hour, just welcome to my life.
I don't know what's common, I gotta ask. You know how to address.
So
Well, I don't know that everybody's going to be able to see it, and certainly all the members of the public and applicants, et cetera, should. Yeah. Is it, you don't have any hard copies? Okay. Can you verbally express what it is you'd like to present?
We do carry, can you have next one?
I don't know if we could,
let me
or,
start-
well, bear with me one second. The chair has a potential suggestion.
So we're getting close to our 11 o'clock hour. Would it be possible for maybe you to come next time to do it if we have anybody else after you that could fill in the time until 11?
Let's see how many other people.
If you confirm there is a next time, then yes.
That's actually a good point. How many public comments do we have yet? 1, 2, 3, okay, we have a lot.
About a half dozen. And Mr., if I may, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Levine, Mr. Levine? That's okay. Mr. Levine? You had mentioned you were reserving your right for rebuttal, and we do have it, I didn't count well, but at least a half a dozen, I think I saw individuals still to comment. We're approaching 11 o'clock, our termination hour, if you will, for the evening. Is the applicant willing to extend the time to act so that we might have one more meeting and very possibly only one more meeting to conclude these hearings and give everybody a full and fair opportunity, due process, to present their respective positions, and the board sufficient time to deliberate and vote on the application?
As I had indicated earlier, and I've spoken to my client during the course of these proceedings, I do not have authority to grant further extensions. We'd asked earlier, could we start an hour earlier? That was declined in the past. There's been a willingness to extend beyond 11 to a certain extent. If we observe the 4-minute time limits, if there are 6 folks to speak, that would be completed before 11:30. I do not have authority to grant more extensions. We'll be more than happy to work this through this evening as long as it takes. I think we're very close. There's been plenty of time to think about this application. Certainly been discussed to death.
Well, I'm going to see whether or not the board wishes to make a motion to extend beyond 11 to continue or not, and based thereon, I'll advise the board thereafter.
We've been at this a very long time. I think everyone understands that and appreciates that. It seems like there are a fair number of people that still have to speak. Ordinarily, I would say at this point, I mean, I'm wide awake, so I can go longer, but I don't want to speak for the rest of the board. Really, I think we could go either way with this. We have mechanisms in place. If they don't want to extend, we feel that the public hasn't had adequate time. We have mechanisms to, protect their rights and protect this process, and we can utilize those. I'd like to get.
So I think we should finish this today and extend the meeting until whatever it takes. I'm tired. I have to wake tomorrow at 5 in the morning, but I'm willing to extend my hour here to finish this application. It took so long, and I think that it's unfair to ask for one more meeting. That's my opinion.
I concur. I'm willing to extend, only on one condition, that may I please get a 1-minute bathroom break.
So just to be clear, I too am willing to extend. However, I know that Mr. Feld probably wants to put on a fulsome comment. So we just have to be realistic. Is there some sort of time limit that we're going to put in?
Well, perhaps we could ask Mr. Feld how long he thinks his objector's case will take.
Okay.
Mr. Feld, we're aware, we saw the hands. The question was asked of you. 10 to 15 minutes? Okay, thank you, Mr. Feld. Okay.
In consideration of this decision, there's also many people who wanted to be here tonight who couldn't because they found out so late.
Respectfully, that does occur, and it's not uncommon in proceedings before land use boards that there's always a last night, and if the people aren't here, it's unfortunate, but we can't.
It's more the nature of the notice. It was not, like, people didn't find out about this until this week.
Well, I don't know. These have been going on. It's been, in any event,
Week after
we'll,
week, yeah.
but back to the board. I think the board's trying to determine whether or not to extend, and if so, how long.
Midnight seems obvious, because that's still the 21st. After that, it's no longer the 21st.
I think we have an extension till the 22nd, but, but that's, but.
Well, I wasn't worried about the legalities, I was just.
No, and nobody's gonna turn into a pumpkin, I hope, but.
I do imagine that this could take, actually, we would need to get an extension at least for a few more hours, because if the extension that we have expires at midnight, then.
It doesn't.
It doesn't, perfect.
I can confirm that my extension that I granted last time was through May 22nd.
Yeah.
Perfect. I just understand, I don't know that this will end at midnight. It might be 1 o'clock, but I'm willing to stay if the other members of the board are.
Mr. Chairman, does someone wish to make a motion to extend for a certain period of time? There can always be another one.
Anybody like to make a motion?
I'll do it. I'll make a motion to extend by 1 hour, and we can reassess in an hour.
Second.
Just all in favor?
Well, why don't we do it all in favor, and if it's not determinative, we'll make sure we have a majority one way or the other.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
I think it's determinative.
Determinative.
Okay, we have an extension till 12 o'clock, I think with a.
I move for a bathroom break.
Yes. Let's go. 5-minute recess. Okay?
That's fine, no, that's fine.
Yeah, maybe we can get him going in the time too.
I have a question. Once all the comments are done, do we deliberate together? or-
You deliberate in public together and you vote. Yes. I don't know if we have enough bathrooms, but.
Absolutely, now I do. I didn't, at 7:30 I did not, but now I do. Because it was right from the right, I make it was down to the residents have no right to sue where. Unless we have something to grab onto, gives us the right to punt this to the zoning board or deny it out. He's the one that's going to sue. The answer is, does it meet, to me, does it meet those conditions? And if it's deemed that it does, we have to approve it. Yeah, and moving the driveway and all the other things, you know. I'm just saying. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I know. There's a new vote because of the sheriff. Right. Right, just because, I know, just because.
I'll hold you that 15 minutes.
In order to facilitate the supply of issues, would he be able to mail it to someone that can in turn be displayed?
What is it?
Ask, ask the source.
Yeah, I don't know if I can put it. I'm running Linux here, so it doesn't usually really know.
You're running Linux?
Yeah.
Well, I am not worthy.
What do you think? Is it gonna go past 12? I think it's gonna be close. I don't think it's gonna take him 15 minutes. I think it's gonna take him a lot longer. And then when the story comes up, I have no idea how long this closing argument's gonna be.
This is another hour to facilitate the display. Possibly email it to go past the one.
No, maybe not. Yeah.
Apparently, running Linux doesn't work on a Linux box.
So just email.
Yeah, and then possibly allow for a display. He needs an older PC.
Yeah.
So the connector doesn't work with that.
Cast them. So they're having difficulty projecting that. Can it just be emailed to Eileen and then she can just put it on the website for public?
Yeah, the problem he's having is that the connector, he has an older machine. The connector really is for a modern box. So as long as there's a more modern box that he has that it's old, and he can mail it to that person, that machine can turn the display.
Yeah, you can try Sarah or
Yeah,
Eileen if
they
they
said
have
it's
it.
a board event box and they can't do anything with it.
That's
And
it.
unfortunately, Mr. Benson has a Linux machine, which I admire because I worked on Unix operating system, but it doesn't really work with that file, so. You guys, I mean, work a couple of nights, it's nuts. I'll see where we are.
Does anybody need a shot of coffee? Not that I can make it. It's just, the thought, right?
Thank you.
I did that. Is that what you did last time? No. The only person who used it was, he said no himself. Is that
Guys, can you see this? She's succulent dimension. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that's gotta be the,
They get the chance to speak, but it's gotta, be within this. I feel like people are stalling. And
There's 26.7 seconds left in theory in the Pacers 6 game.
2 minutes at least.
In overtime?
In overtime. Second half of overtime?
Yeah. This is crazy. Somebody was texting me, she's like, "Are you watching this?" I'm like, "I wish I was." I was like, "I assume you're not talking about the planning board." Seconds left. I guess they're in like foul every 5-second territory, or 18 seconds. Is that our new town hall?
Nah. Well, you can actually watch it on your iPad, right?
So by the time I sign in. Apparently there's no defense in this game.
And who is winning?
Right now, the Pacers by 1.
By one, which game is this? 7?
Knicks versus Indiana, Eastern Conference Finals. First game of the series.
Oh, it's first game, okay.
Oh, you're winning 4.
Quick finish the vote.
Knicks by 3 now, 15 seconds. Not, sorry, Pacers by 3. 15 seconds.
I don't know if everybody's, looks as if everybody's back.
Michael's
Yeah, we're down to 50 minutes. Yeah, not a bad idea, thank you. But if everybody can get back in, we are going to start up again, I believe.
You don't want to wait for the Knicks game to be over?
By the way, you can't vote. You can't vote tonight. You know, because you didn't get it qualified. We can't risk, after all this, you know, having it mucked up. So we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, 3, 5. We have 8, which is you don't need 9. You need at least 5. I prefer an odd number over an even number for perhaps obvious reasons, but okay, yeah, we can run the. I'm not going to take any chances.
I think half was not going to be at all.
I thought that too.
I figured.
Well, we went back to work because David pulled a planning board document. It specifically said they will make every effort to.
Are we reconvening?
Yeah, I'm just waiting. If he's
Yeah, Eileen, I think we're starting up.
Is he ready?
David, and that's what.
No, it's going to have to be verbal at this point. I would knock the hammer center.
No, I didn't know Charlie was here.
Just for the, with the chair's permission, just for the record, Eileen, can you give us a quick roll call to make sure everybody's back?
Corey
On the
Biller.
record. Here.
Allison Canfield.
Here.
Michael Cohen.
Here.
Frank Saccomandi.
Here.
Jorge Mastropietro. Michael Zion.
Here.
Jonathan Baxter.
Here.
Srini Vijay.
Here.
Gaston Halbert.
Here.
And,
Oh, we got it.
we're continuing with public comment.
Goodness.
Continuing with public comment. Apologize. forgot
And I
your name.
candidly forgot if I swore you in already. I did, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not here to talk about religion tonight because this is not about religion. This is about land use and population density. So the project that's being proposed comes with several negative externalities. Increased traffic, loss of green space and mature trees, noise pollution, light trespass, increased flood risk, and degradation of neighboring property values. So then you kind of ask yourself, why should the development desires of one property owner at 165 Old Short Hills Road have a negative impact on the 30 property owners in the neighboring community? So I did prepare a presentation, which might be hard to see from all the way over there, but this map here shows 165 Old Short Hills Road, highlighted in red, and you'll see the adjacent neighborhood, which is Park Road and Park Circle, where there's 30 property owners. And the item I want to emphasize here is that that's a dead-end street. There's only one way in and out of that neighborhood, and it's via Old Short Hills Road.
Okay. And Mr. Levine, any objection to the 4 slides that I believe this witness is going to show from there. Okay. And Eileen, what? What are we up to? 014, thank you. I don't know if this can, yeah, I guess you could take the laptop, right, because we're not plugged in. So, it's, here we go. Okay.
So the second thing to emphasize here is that Park Road is downward sloping. And when you want to make a turn onto Old Short Hills Road, there's berms of land on either side.
You're on the second slide now, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please continue.
So anybody in the room who's made a left turn from Park Road onto Old Short Hills Road, or from Jefferson, or from Parsonage Hill Road, knows that it's a very dangerous turn. So the application currently...
Slide 3 now, correct?
Correct. The application currently proposes a driveway exit directly across from Park Road. What I'd like to emphasize is how dangerous this is, because it's a very uncontrolled intersection. Old Short Hills Road is downward sloping, down toward the town. There are a high volume of cars that come down this road, some going 50 miles an hour. There's a small crosswalk there that anybody who lives in the neighborhood knows the cars don't stop at the first time. Anyone walking their dog, anyone taking their kids out, anyone going down to the middle school, anyone going down to the train station knows that it's a very dangerous intersection today. So this is a short 18-second video.
Okay, this is slide 4, correct?
Slide 4. At the intersection of Park Road and Old Short Hills Road.
And can, applicant's counsel, if he wishes, can put himself in a position where he could view all this, for the record.
Are you going to spin that so it's fully facing the board?
Sure.
Well,
I think he was asking because he wanted to see where he had to stand, but that's okay. We'll allow Mr. Levine to stand behind the dais for this purpose.
So it's an 18-second video, and you'll see the cars. This was taken, I think, on a Friday around 4:30 recently. Pretty steady stream of traffic here. So if you were standing there trying to make a turn, how are you going to make your turn? Now imagine there was a driveway directly across from you, uncontrolled once again, where there's cars trying to make lefts and rights from 165 Old Short Hills Road out into the regular Old Short Hills Road. So the thing I want to emphasize is this was an 18-second video, and if you were counting, there were 16 cars going back and forth. And I can tell you from experience, and can many people in the room, if this video was taken at between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. in the morning, or say in the evening after school, the traffic's even worse. It's outright dangerous. So,
you took the video?
Yes.
And you took it when again?
I took it on a Friday recently at probably 4:30 p.m.
Thank you. Just for to authenticate it. Thank you.
So just backing up one more time, just to make sure everyone clearly understands this. This is a map of the proposed development. That's Old Short Hills Road. There's Park Road. If you had cars making exits out of 165 Old Short Hills Road, there's no way to do that safely. If you're someone turning left, going south into town from Park Road, there's no way to make that left turn safely if there's people exiting in cars from 165 Old Short Hills Road.
And again, that particular slide that you're showing right now is slide
3.
Okay, thank you.
So my message to the council here is, for those of us that are residents of the Park Circle Park Road community, so much of our lives are oriented south, right? You go down to town, you go down to the middle school, you go down to the train station. Making a left there shouldn't be like a dangerous experience. It's already trepidatious, but having cars coming out of a development with 95 parking spaces only makes this outright dangerous. So I would encourage all of you, when you're considering this application, come stand on the corner of Park Road and Old Short Hills Road and watch how dangerous it is today. Watch how fast those cars are going. Watch how there's people trying to use the crosswalk and they totally ignored. And just think about how much worse that would be if there was a new development with the driveway coming out like that. So, my final comment is that the application in its current form is outright dangerous, and I encourage you all to come see it in person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charles Bambara, B-A-M-B-A-R-A, 37 Keats Road.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. First thing, the NJAC 7.8, New Jersey Code for Stormwater Management. My read of that paragraph 7.8 dash 5.3, my read of that stormwater management is that for a lot size exceeding 2.5 acres, a special waiver is required from the New Jersey State DEP. So I encourage you to look at that statute. Maybe I'm wrong in my read, but from what I could determine, there is a special waiver required from the New Jersey State DEP to use a sand filter in this application, according to the green infrastructure standards. The second comment that I have regards, there was mention made by Miss Christine Best, who's a dear friend of mine, and I can attest that she is not anti-Semitic in the least, and neither am I. This is not about religion. But she made reference to a letter from Barton, Ross, and Partners Architects addressed to Alex McDonald, referencing said property, recommending that some exploration, archaeological exploration be done of the property. And I believe this was entered into evidence, but if it hasn't, I would like to enter it into evidence, because she asked about that and was told it wasn't pertinent to that particular witness. That
Was it,
questioned.
Eileen, is it one of the exhibits? It would probably be an O exhibit.
It's dated November 12th, 2024. It's a letter from Barton, Ross, and Partners to Alex McDonald, Borough Administrator, referencing this property. So I know that Ms. Best tried to
Have
bring
you
it
shown
up.
it to applicant's counsel?
I'm familiar with it, I've seen it.
Do you have any, if this gentleman wants to introduce it, I don't know that he has any personal testimony with respect to it, but.
I don't, I just,
It was a report, so you do.
Oh, it's not an exhibit, but it's a report that was provided to the board, so it's on the record
you
already.
have it.
You can continue, we got it, the board
You've
has
got
it. yeah.
Okay. I don't know, I get the impression that that was not done. So my recommendation is that if the Historical Preservation Committee maybe weighs in, but if there's a concern, perhaps it should be done. Okay, so then, let me just say, one brief sentence, I'm sorry, this is like trying to put a square peg in a round hole, this project. I mean, we've been dancing around a multitude of issues and flaws, lot coverage, stormwater management, buffering of neighbors, traffic, light pollution, a bunch of other factors. Each time coming back to the planning board with iteration after iteration of the plan, blaming it on appeasing objectors, but in reality, correcting defect after defect in the application. This application must have been printed on latex because it's been stretched and reshaped so many times. it's difficult to fathom what we're looking at from one meeting to the next. As a member of the public, I've had a lot of difficulty with that. We're trying to hit a moving target here. What we looked at one time had changes promised for the next round, meeting after meeting, over a year. I admit that. I understand the applicants are growing impatient. It's a long, drawn-out process, but most of it was caused by shortcomings and deficiencies in the plan and the engineering that needed to be corrected. And yet the residents were being blamed for having their right for public comment, questioning the scrutiny, and wasting time. And the fact is, it's the iterative design process that's caused the delays, not we residents questioning or objecting or asking questions. I don't think homeowners applying for something for this board would afford the same luxury of tying you folks up for a year with the applications the way this has gone. Meanwhile, any objectors or public comments are threatened, harassed, and again tonight called anti-Semitic, which is not the case at all. Folks that are Jewish that know me know very differently. Some of the objectors are Jewish, and we've been harassed because we dare to oppose non-compliant construction and object strenuously to being bullied. I myself had to write 2 letters to the chair and to the attorney objecting to being harassed and feeling very uncomfortable and very threatened. I was party to the police responding to some of that harassment after one of the meetings, and after that, you've had a policeman in attendance, and thank you very much. It's been great having you. Sorry that you have to tie you up for every night, you and your associates, but I
Mr.
think
Bombero,
it's-
you're at 6 minutes.
Okay, all right. So let me wrap this up. I think the issue is perhaps one of scale. You know, had the applicant presented a scale which would not have stretched everything to the limit, lot coverage and everything else, I don't think we would have had so many design iterations. So, you know, maybe the issue is one of scale. Maybe it was a little bit smaller, lot coverage wouldn't be an issue. So let's, maybe you want to think about that in the application. But, you know, enough with this nonsense. Do the construction the right way. Be respectful to the neighbors. You know, lay out the parking, the sidewalks, and everything, the right size and configuration for the lot. And I think that would be, deal with stormwater efficiently. You know, I think a lot of the problems would be corrected if it was scaled back a little bit. And that's my recommendation. Has nothing to do with religion at all. Has everything to do with some common sense. So thank you, and please no threats to people. It's really upsetting.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Raimundo Calcano. Reymundo, last name Calcano. 10 Park Road. I've been a resident.
I'm sorry, got to swear you in. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I've been a resident of the very special Park Road, Park Circle neighborhood, and the broader Millburn Short Hills community for 12 wonderful years. My home sits just outside the 200-foot notification radius for this development. But I'm here tonight because my family and many of my friends and neighbors will still be deeply affected by what's been proposed, especially because of a major design flaw, the new 4-way intersection being proposed at the only entrance to our cul-de-sac neighborhood. Until tonight, residents like me haven't had an opportunity to speak publicly or to the formal weigh-in on this proposal. So it's only now, at the 11th hour, that we're being given the chance to describe the real-world consequences of this intersection design change. consequences that will drastically alter the safety and character of our quiet, dead-end neighborhood. For close to a century, this neighborhood has had a simple T intersection where Park Road meets Old Shore Hills Road. It's the only way in and out of our neighborhood, and it's used daily, not just by drivers, but by children walking to and from the Milburn Middle School. Many of us chose to purchase homes and live here precisely because of its quiet and safe cul-de-sac, especially for families with school-age children. This isn't just about traffic, it's about quality of life, and it's about safety. This proposed intersection would introduce a new level of risk and disruption we've never had to deal with before. Cars will now be turning left and right out of a busy new driveway directly opposite our street, with no traffic light or protected crosswalk. Children and pedestrians will be put into conflict with unfamiliar and potentially distracted drivers. A simple walk to school could now mean navigating vehicles approaching from multiple directions. I have to ask, why wasn't this predictable hazard avoided? Why didn't the planning board tell the applicant to close off the exit to Old Shore Hills Road and require all vehicles to use the Parsonage Hill entrance? That section of Parsonage Hill is a much less busy road and poses less risk to children, joggers, and local families. Beyond traffic, we're facing increased noise, overflow parking, and serious light pollution. The landscaping plan may look nice on paper, but it calls for maple trees to serve as a visual screen. As you know, maples are not evergreens. These trees lose their leaves in the fall, leaving homes like mine fully exposed to the glare of headlights and the 25 pole-mounted light fixtures throughout the darkest months of the year. That's not a four-season solution, it's a partial one, and it fails to address 3/4 of the year. While I understand that development seems unavoidable and that faith-based institutions want to grow, I ask the board to also consider those of us who are being asked to bear the brunt of that growth. The proposed intersection design change will transform our quiet, family-centered cul-de-sac into a high-conflict traffic zone, and not because of anything we've done, but because of a project we had no seat at the table to shape. I want to close with a broader point about fairness. This project may be anchored by a faith-based organization, but that doesn't exempt it from scrutiny. Zoning and planning aren't just technical tools, they are part of our social contract. A promise to residents that their neighborhoods won't be transformed without due process, transparency, and a meaningful chance to be heard. For many of us, that promise feels broken. Yes, we want our town to be inclusive. Yes, we welcome community-serving institutions. But inclusion also means protecting the people already here. And it means not privileging the interests of one group over the shared well-being of many. Development, especially large-scale development, should happen transparently, with meaningful community input, and in a way that respects the unique character of all our historic neighborhoods. Growth must be responsible, it must be thoughtful. And it must not come at the direct expense of long-standing residents whose concerns have, until tonight, gone unheard. I urge the board to take a hard look at the impact this intersection and this development will have on Park Road and Park Circle, and to ask whether this change truly balances the interests of everyone who calls Milburn home. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, Jean Pasternak, 342 Hobart Avenue. It's Pasternak.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm a 28-year resident. I served as an elected school board member in Milburn, and I've been very active in our community endeavors. Thank you all for serving our community. It's a big job, and we really appreciate all that you're doing. I thank the neighbors as well for all their interest and passion in this application. This is a land use application for a commercial property that includes a house of worship, daycare, and preschool. The daycare and preschool were not disclosed initially in the required notice to the public. Even if allowed to be hidden in the initial disclosure to the public, I don't believe it is ethical. The applicant knew this project to be a substantial change for the historically single-family neighborhood. It is precedential. The applicant had the choice to disclose that to the public, and he chose not to. And I wondered why this application was renoticed. Can this township and its residents trust the applicant to hold to the things agreed to in the process of this application? There have been very difficult to keep track of numerous adaptations to an initial plan, submitted mostly at the last minute before meetings. The repeated testimony by the applicant's experts was impossible for the layman to follow, and perhaps some of you as well. There have been extreme lengths taken by the applicant to just come under the lot coverage requirement. The many plan alterations fall outside the norm for this board. Can the planning board members in good conscience state to the public that this has been allowed in other applications before you to this extent? My understanding is that the normal process for applicants before the board is that the applicant submits their plan, presents experts, questions of the applicant's experts are taken from the board first and then the public, and finally any opposition case is put on, including the opposing party's experts. That same process occurs with questions of the expert and then finally sworn testimony from the public. At the end, the planning board makes a decision. In this instance, the planning board has allowed numerous revisions to the applicant's plan so that the original application is no longer before you, and instead, the sum total of all these revisions, which one is the final plan? Which are you actually considering? Up until last night, there were still things being changed. Experts have presented and then re-presented new testimony, but if there were questions that arose from the new testimony, those were disallowed unless they related to the new testimony. How can anyone responsibly follow this constant revision process? This is one of the most confusing application processes ever before the planning board that I am aware of. It is nearly impossible for each of you to follow, let alone members of the public. Questions that would have been asked of the experts have been forgotten or put aside by members of both the planning board and the public. I'm wondering if this was coincidental. I think the process has been fraught with issues due to the constant changes in these plans and liberties taken by the applicant of the planning board rules and process. I ask you in all sincerity, have a different set of rules been applied here? This presents a fairness issue for past and future applicants, and I think this should be of great concern. The applicant was allowed to make changes every time they presented a new plan that resulted in meeting lot coverage ratios. To stay under the ratios, the applicant instructed experts to do almost anything, even allowing a 2-foot wide sidewalk. This latest plan, I believe it's revision E, appeared that the driveway configuration changed so it was a square entrance into the roads instead of the radius turns that were there, because even that small amount of pavement for the radius would put this application over the limit. This week, yet another revision. Also, the applicant could not gain sufficient storage under the main parking lot, with the storage being so shallow above the water table, so storage was added underneath the side parking lot in the main driveway. What about the lighting plan in the northwest corner, that the lux density of the lighting now infringes over the fence onto the neighbor's property? It is strain upon strain to meet the town's rules. The planning board should follow its own rules. Hear an application in its entirety before giving substantive feedback. In this case, you have allowed continuous changes in this application where nonconformity has been noted during a loud questioning of the applicant's experts. There is an inherent conflict in that the applicant's experts could not be fully questioned by planning board members nor residents. The issue has become for me as a neighbor and resident is that the applicant has ended up providing too much incremental and disjointed testimony to allow for an accurate and complete application to come before this body. There is evidence that the application has not been a rule-following neighbor. There was a settlement agreement whereby the town paid the High Center over $700,000 as a way to settle a lawsuit filed regarding their other property at 1 Jefferson. Plans for building a house of worship at that address were under scrutiny for 10 years. The center was denied the application to build a house of worship at 1 Jefferson and also lost the lawsuit filed in federal court. But the town decided to pay a settlement for reasons the Millburn business administrator has not shared with the public, even asked in public. In addition, the settlement required that rules around activities at that location be strictly adhered to. According to police records, there have been consistent violations of the terms of the agreement, such as hosting large groups for services and parking in violation of town parking rules. The applicant accrued $500,000 in enforcement fines, but this amount was reduced by the town to $1,000 as verified at a township committee public meeting by the town's business administrator, Alex McDonald. Subsequent to the payment of that settlement, the High Center purchased a property at Millburn Avenue across from the Education Center and had intended to have the house of worship there, according to a former and longtime former Millburn mayor, Sandra Haymoff, who lives in Livingston now, and felt it was inappropriate to attend this meeting in Millburn. But after speaking with her at length, she told me when we talked that she dealt rather extensively with the applicants over various issues related to the use of township property for various high center functions. She said when the applicants were told they needed permits to expand their activities into Taylor Park, for instance, they failed to do so and went ahead anyway with activities that required a permit.
Ms.
The applicant-
Pasternak, you're at 6 minutes.
Oh, okay. It might be another 2. The applicants had held meetings with neighbors when the Township Committee, at the advice of the Historic Preservation Committee, endeavored to implement long-held plans arising from the town's master plan to designate 2 neighborhoods and some properties along Old Short Hills Road, including 165, as historic. It is my understanding from people present at those meetings that the applicant and his surrogates only discussed with those neighbors the costs of having their properties designated as historic. The neighbors were given lawn signs to place on their properties and to hold up at Township Committee meetings to loudly object to the historic designation. You might remember seeing them along Old Short Hills Road. Here's what I find troubling. When a planning board member asked the applicant, when he provided his expert testimony under oath, quote, did he ever discuss his plans for the house of worship and daycare preschool with the neighbors, unquote, and his answer was no. However, at the time, the applicant was meeting with the neighbors and stirred their opposition to historic designation. The Kai Center LLC had purchased the property and the applicant was aware of his plans. He failed to mention those plans to his neighbors, nor did he mention that if the property had been designated historic, the existing home could not have been demolished, nor the plans he had for the property for this application could not have gone forward. I was shocked that a neighbor gathered and organized neighbors to tell half the story in order to ostensibly favor an outcome in favor of meeting his goals, but could result in detriments to those neighbors. Some members of the public tried to ask questions of the applicant about the LLC ownership of the surrounding properties. The questions were disallowed by the planning board attorney. I know that the applicant, firsthand I know this, that Gal Gambodi, who lives at 11 Jefferson Avenue, a nearby adjacent property, a woman who is in her 80s, was asked if she would be interested in selling to him. Other members of the public turned to ownership of 165 when asking questions of the applicant, and he testified under oath that he was not the owner and did not know who was the owner. I'm not sure how an application comes before a planning board when the applicant testifies that he does not know who the owner of the property is.
Are you coming to
I'm coming to an
conclusion,
end. Yep.
please?
I think this point was already made about the affordable housing law allows for challenges until this August of our latest round 4 of the required minimum development under affordable housing. And this presidential application could be a pertinent issue due to that being allowed. And despite the anomalies in this application, the primary reasons given by residents for objecting to this application is that it sets a precedent to go into any part of our town and purchase property parcels and file a lawsuit against the town to permit high-density housing development. Finally, I'm just going to make a very quick note. Harassment is real. I can tell you that I was felt very threatened at a meeting on March 19th to the point where I called the police. I was being followed out of the meeting after having someone literally in my face from the congregation, I believe, and accusing me of things that were false. There was a police report filed. I decided to take no further action, but clearly that was meant to chill my speech, and as you can see, it did not. Thank you very much. And I trust your judgment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. Jeffrey Feld,
Address?
11 Alexander Lane, Short Hills, New Jersey.
Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
It's getting long tonight. I want everyone to understand, my brother is a Baal Shuva or ultra-Orthodox rabbi. So I don't want to hear anyone saying that I'm prejudiced against the religion. That's not the issue. Today is a rule of law and focusing on municipal land use. I've been saying since September that this planning board jurisdiction you do not have. So if you go back to this first September hearing, I raised a question about a turnaround, about gravel, and the expert testified if you added that number, you were over the coverage ratio. At that time, you should have divested the case. In addition, earlier today, I tried to refer to the Development Review Committee memorandum that you all received. And on the last page, there was testimony or comment by the rabbi saying, we generally only have 40 and 10 days for Saturday services. Harder to tell for educational component, which we are expanding for our preschool component. Earlier today, we heard many people talk about nursery school. But on the first application, and for many applications, what was missing? A playground. And if that playground was added, the 900 feet, and then the fence around it, you would be over the coverage. What have we been wasting time for? This case should have been dismissed at that time. The word we keep on hearing is application. Is it application or applications? Ram, a couple meetings ago, testified about the priorities and what has supremacy. You start with state constitution, you go to the municipal land use law. I believe you go to the master plan, then you go to local ordinances. And that's the key. One piece is look at the master plan. Does this application comply with the master plan? More importantly, you go to NJSA 40:55D-46B, which provides, if the planning board requires any substantial amendment in the layout of improvements proposed by the developer that have been the subject of a hearing, an amended application, I'll use that word, an amended application for development shall be submitted and proceeded upon. I only seen one application. It was filed on May 6th last year. One thing I've been asking since I've been coming here is why two pieces were in there. What did the FBI investigation, the Justice Department investigation, have to do with land use? You heard tonight all about the threats. That needs to be divorced. We are dealing with municipal land use law. Start with the statute. How many times has this application, the site plan, been amended? Didn't that require a new application? When you went over the coverage ratio at the first meeting, where we didn't even know about the playground, but when I mentioned the turnaround that you needed for the fire department, and then the expert said, if you had that number in, you're over the coverage ratio. What would happen if the playground was in there? We wouldn't be here. These are some of the issues we had. We had all the changes with the parking lot. You know, again, the word you're going to have to use, substantial amendment. I think by changing the parking lot, changing the stormwater, those are substantial amendments, and that maybe you'll be directed to get a definition. I don't know if any, that's going to be your judgment in looking at a dictionary what the word substantial means and what the word amendment means. When we had the nursery school, I don't think anyone's testified whether opening a nursery school is subject to other regulators. Is it a state? Is it unregulated? What's the space needs? I don't know. That's never been addressed. But what's also been interesting, with all the changes with the parking lot, and we heard today about changing the size of the garbage truck so you want to turn over. We only received an expert report, a report from the fire and the police as to the changes in the first meeting. We have never had an updated fire and police report as to the changes that they're doing about the circulation of the traffic on the streets or within the parking lots. I think that's something that you really need to look at. And it's late, I'm starting to ramble, which I usually do. But a lot of things are, who are the checks and balances to protect the community? The applicant and the rest of the community. Where was our municipal planner? Where was our engineer? Because if you look at the letter that came back to the engineer, as to when you're talking about coverage, she's relying on their expert. Has she gone out with a wheel to measure to see if we have the right coverages? No. What's going on? Who's protecting everyone in this room to make sure it's fair? I mean, you're going to have a long deliberations to have. You have to weigh the credibility of the various experts and everyone that testified today. And you see who's been credible. But look at the application. Remember, there's something that's happened here. One of the plans, the hard copy was lost. And that's when I put it out in the evidence here. The original copy was lost, and we had to get a recording of the piece of it. Who's the zoning officer for this town? But who approved the application that it was complete? It was your municipal planner. Why? Who signed up that it was that the notice was correct, the original one, in September or in August when it got to publish? It wasn't the zoning officer, it was the municipal planner. There are crazy things that have happened in this town. You know, we had to say what is going on. The question I am saying, and also in the case that I provide all of you, the Diamond Chip Realty LLC case, which Mr. Warner is very aware of because he's involved in that case. There's lines in there that during the course of this proceeding, there are 2 new members that are making a decision who weren't able to ask anyone questions of what occurred before January. You guys had a right, the new members, to ask questions about the application because you're going to vote tonight. But you were denied that right. You know, you're talking about fairness and the rule of law. This is case law. There's a statute. We've been hearing about, you know, the master plan, you know, conditional proof. But as the question I've been always saying is, we're in the wrong body. We should have been at the zoning board since September. And the question is, why didn't someone call that out? That's something you, when you have your deliberations, hopefully you'll consider. Again, thank you. I know I've been coming up, but also remember, look at the video of the first September meeting. What happened after I pointed out the turnaround, that you overextended? Look at who confronted me and say, how dare you object to this application? What kind of Jew are you? Well, I am Jewish. I stand up to my brother, but this has nothing to do about, this right and wrong has nothing to do about religion.
Thank you.
It's going to be hard to follow that. My name is Francisco Del Campo. I live at 28 Park Road in Short Hills.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
And at the risk of sounding very repetitive of things that have been said previously, I'm only repeating simply because it is so impactful to the people at Park Road and people at Park Circle. It is nightmarish to get out of our street in the morning. I leave at 6:30 in the morning to go to work. Not a problem. So just today, car was in the shop. I drove my wife to work and then went to work. She starts the day at 8:30. It took us about 3 minutes, fully 3 minutes, to get an opening. Now, my wife, quite honestly, is not as an experienced a driver as I am. She doesn't even make an attempt to make a left turn onto Old Short Hills Road. She goes the long way, a right-hand turn, and goes up and to her place of work. It's very dangerous. And the prospect of an egress from the proposed center right onto Old Short Hills will only complicate that greatly. So it becomes a safety concern for drivers, as was mentioned earlier, a safety concern for pedestrians who never, you know, who are at risk of their lives when they try to cross Old Short Hills Road. Cars don't stop. And also bicyclists. So there are several safety issues. Another safety issue was pointed out by a doctor here who works at Cooperman in terms of delays. I have a heart condition. Thankfully, I'm standing up. But pity those who may be stuck in traffic or stuck behind one of those lines of cars that form largely on Old Short Hills Road when attempting to make a left turn onto Parsonage Hill. And now there's a need to get through that traffic. That's another safety issue. There also was pointed out the stormwater issue, which I think is very real and which impacts several of the houses on our Park Road, not necessarily mine because it's more elevated and further down. But it's a very serious concern. And you've heard how, as it is, it presents issues. With increased overflow from the proposed center, it's only going to exacerbate that already existing issue. Again, I know it's repetitive, but this stuff is so impactful to the people in the neighborhood. And, you know, I feel for a lot of the residents here who have spoken on behalf of the rabbi. It's clear that he's had a significant impact on their lives, spiritual lives, community lives, and that there's certainly something to be said for that. And, you know, it's terrific that he's doing the work that he's doing. I think, quite honestly, and it's not a NIMBY issue, I think this project, the scope of the project, the placement of the project is ill-conceived, and I urge the board to vote accordingly. Thank you very much for your time on this late night.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Friedman. I live in the, I guess you call it the Pilgrim section of Short Hills. Do I
I'm
need
sorry,
to
what's your
swear-
address?
Exact address?
Yeah.
10 Winthrop Road.
Okay. And by the way, we've been relying on counsel for, there you go, I promise I won't sing. The counsel for the objector, Ms. Dory, can you still represent, since you haven't disclosed who the individual or individual members of the SRDR, can you still represent that that individual has not asked any questions with respect to any proceedings this evening? Thank you. That individual or individuals can nevertheless testify, notwithstanding the fact that they're represented by counsel. If that individual has testified or is going to testify, that's okay. I just wanted the board to be aware of that. But yes, we do need, you provided your address?
Yes.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Hi. I didn't intend to come up and make my comments. I actually came to the meeting to drop off an architectural book for ideas for the municipal building. But I've been to, this is I guess my second planning board meeting as an observer, and I just feel compelled to say, and I say it with a very heavy heart, I just want to preface by saying that not only Jewish, I'm an observant Jew, lifelong Jew. My late father was a Holocaust survivor. Deep affinity to Israel. But I also come from a family of real estate developers. I'm a private investor. I invest in companies, not real estate. But I am pretty familiar with a lot of the issues dealing with real estate. And I just feel compelled to say that with a heavy heart that I just don't think this project is appropriate for this area. I would be more than happy to contribute for another site in Milburn and get other people to contribute also. And I would love to have as many synagogues as possible in this area. But for the reasons that have been mentioned before, safety, quality of life, mostly safety, I just don't think this project is appropriate for this neighborhood. And that's all I really want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're approaching the midnight hour. Never said. It may be incumbent upon the board to decide whether it wishes to do another motion to extend. We have one member of the public. Are there any other, if I may, Mr. Chairman, members of the public? I think everybody might have testified already who's in the room. The proper procedure is Ms. Dory, as an attorney for the represented objector, would provide her summation, if any, and then Mr. Levine, on behalf of the applicant, would provide his summation, if any, assuming there's no rebuttal, and then the board would deliberate and vote. So with that perhaps help, you can decide whether or not you want to extend further, and if so, how much.
I move to extend until we're done.
Second.
Why
All
don't
in
we put,
favor?
why don't we put a time frame on it, be it 30 minutes, an hour, what have you, at least for now?
An hour.
Okay.
Second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Okay. We've
Motion passes.
extended until, at least for now, till 1 a.m. If we don't finish beforehand. Your name and address, please.
Linda Perry, 37 Blaine, Milburn.
Okay. And please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
The Milburn community stands at a critical juncture. For 30 years, our Jewish neighbors have been denied a fundamental right to a Jewish house of worship, a space that is more than just a building. It's a sanctuary for the soul, a cornerstone for the community, and a vital thread in the fabric of our town. Without a local synagogue, families have faced the hardship of traveling long distance to religious services, life ceremonies, and community events, disrupting traditions, weakening cultural continuity, and developing and depriving children of essential religious and cultural education. This is an injustice that is rooted in systemic bias. While other faith communities in Milburn have access to multiple places of worship within residential communities that are not conforming to the local codes, our Jewish neighbors have been denied the same. This disparity undermines the principles of equality, fairness, and inclusion that our town allegedly stands for. A synagogue will bring many benefits, not just spiritual fulfillment for Jewish residents, but a stronger, more cohesive community for everyone. It will serve as a place of reflection, dialogue, charity, fostering interfaith understanding, and mutual support. Studies show that spiritual spaces reduce stress and promote resilience for everyone, regardless of faith. Moreover, the synagogue will meet practical needs, offering educational programs, social services, and communal celebrations, strengthening our community's moral and cultural fabric. Importantly, it will be built to meet all safety standards, ensuring that it's an integrated and respectful part of Milburn. If there is a nightmarish happening on Park in regards to traffic, that is a separate issue that the town should have been addressing all along and has nothing to do with this application. The core issue here is justice. The delay of 3 decades has caused an unnecessary hardship, a denial of religious freedom for our Jewish neighbors. And that is a shame. We have a chance now to correct this wrong, to show Milburn is a town that embraces diversity and rejects discrimination. Our community is already rich with varied houses of worship, but none cater specifically to the spiritual and cultural needs of our Jewish residents. Approving this synagogue isn't about favoring one group. It's about fairness, inclusion, and justice. I call on all of you to do your jobs, to uphold the duty to all residents, to stand strongly against prejudice, and to approve this project without further delay. Let's build a stronger and more inclusive Milburn, where every resident has a place to pray, to learn, and to celebrate. The time for waiting is over. The time for justice and unity is now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if you're seeing no more members of the public to comment, then I believe you are closing public comment, and then you are moving to summations. Well, actually, first, Mr. Levine has a right on behalf of his client for rebuttal, if he wishes to present any rebuttal.
No, Mr. Warner, Mr. Chairman, none.
He doesn't have to avail himself of that. Then I believe we're at summations, and summations would start with the represented objector, followed by applicant's counsel, and then the board can deliberate and vote. And I'm happy at that point in time to assist the board with the relief sought before voting and conditions that were stipulated too, if appropriate.
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and also the board's professionals, thank you very much for all of your time. I know this has been a very lengthy process. I appreciate you hearing the concerns of sustainable development for Milburn Township. As you know, sustainable development for Milburn Township is objecting to this application because it doesn't meet the township's ordinances. It doesn't meet the conditional use standard for a buffer, and the applicant hasn't demonstrated compliance with the township's stormwater requirements. I heard one member of the public say to you this evening this should be an easy application. And this should have been an easy application. When I started attending these meetings last year, I had no idea that I would still be here with you today. I asked Mr. Keller many times over the course of these hearings, I don't understand why the applicant won't just wait, do the required soil testing, submit a compliant stormwater design, and comply with the buffer requirements. And I don't think we've gotten answers to those questions over the course of these many meetings. Simply put, the applicant has not met its burden of proof to satisfy the conditional use standard for a buffer, which requires this application to be transferred to the zoning board for a D3 variance. Providing adequate light and air is a fundamental purpose of zoning. A conditional use is not a permitted use in the zone unless this planning board finds that all of the conditions of the conditional use are met. In this case, the applicant refuses to provide an adequate 25-foot buffer to the adjoining residences, leaving the existing and long-standing residences having to bear light pollution, noise pollution, and a substantial increase in intensity of their neighbor's property. So that's the reason for the 25-foot buffer in the conditional use standard. The ordinance doesn't say that it's a setback, excuse me, it says it's a buffer. I know that there's a difference of legal opinion here with respect to whether the board, the board's planner and the board's attorney has expressed that the board may have jurisdiction over this application, irrespective of the fact that the applicant does not comply with the buffer requirements. But the simple point is the applicant does not get to choose what's in the buffer. The township has an ordinance that specifies what should be in the buffer, and this planning board has to evaluate whether the applicant is meeting the conditional use standards and the township's ordinances with respect to buffers. The ordinance is explicit in section 609.3, what should be in the buffer to shield adjoining residences at the very least from parking and loading areas. And that's also specified in sections 516.3 and 516.8. The applicant has not complied with the buffer requirements with respect to spacing of the plantings and fencing. And there's no protection from headlight glare from this 95-car parking lot. And as indicated by the board's planner, the case of CBS Outdoor requires that these details for the conditional use requirements for the applicant to demonstrate that the conditional use requirements have been met to be on the site plans before the board can take a vote. And while this applicant has revised other applications before the zoning board to provide appropriate buffers, for some unknown reason, it refuses to do so for this application. There's been concerns raised during the course of these hearings. Will cars be parked in the buffer? Will 1 Jefferson be used for overflow parking? These are all concerns that this board should consider in evaluating this application. As one of the neighbors said at the beginning of these proceedings are about finding balance. That balance is found by complying with the township's ordinances. This applicant is not challenging the conditional use ordinance. We're disputing here as whether the applicant has actually complied with the conditional use standards. And the township's governing body set forth those standards for buffers for a reason. The narrow interpretation of zoning and the zoning ordinance presented attempts to read the word buffer out of section 606.2D1, which is the conditional use standard. And it ignores completely section 609.3 and chapter 516. Regarding buffers, the intent of the ordinance is clear: to provide a separation between residential and non-residential uses. Regarding stormwater, it's to ensure appropriate and functional stormwater controls so that development does not negatively affect nearby properties or negatively affect the township's stormwater system. The board should not grant a variance from these standards. You heard the testimony of our expert, Mr. Keller. This applicant has not sustained its burden of proof to demonstrate compliance, has not shown a compliant stormwater system, and has not demonstrated compliance with the buffer requirements. No renderings were provided to the board, no landscape architect has testified, and the limited testimony provided by the applicant's witness does not demonstrate there will be adequate buffer to the next door residences to the west. Another significant issue with the application is the failure to comply with the township's stormwater ordinance. There is no proof that this system will work as designed. The board is tasked with ensuring compliance with the town's stormwater ordinance, and the burden hasn't been met here. For traffic, the applicant refuses to provide any traffic mitigation, even though this has been a significant concern for the public. So the board should consider all of the objectors' exhibits that have been marked here. With regard to the length of these proceedings, I just wanted to emphasize that, the applicant has changed this application over the course of these hearings, and that has contributed, as one of the members of the public said, the iterative process of this application has contributed to the length of these proceedings. There's also been a lot of comment during the course of the public comment regarding RLUIPA and fairness, and the history of this congregation. And I just wanted to mention some of the information that I had put in my letters, because I know there's been questions by the board members regarding some of the history of this property. I became familiar with this property over 10 years ago. In addition to land use, I also work in title litigation. I was working in the title litigation regarding to this property at 1 Jefferson, and I represented the former owners at 165 Old Short Hills Road. And I can tell you from the facts from that title litigation. And it's explained in my letter, but I just want to summarize them here. And some of the exhibits I included was the settlement agreement with the township, with some of the members of the public also spoke about this evening. There was title litigation filed by the owners of 165 Old Short Hills Road because they wanted to prevent the adjoining property, 1 Jefferson, from being used as a house of worship, contrary to deed restrictions. It was a residential deed restriction. And even though there was a settlement agreement with the township that restricted the use of 1 Jefferson, and even though the zoning board of this township denied a D3 conditional use variance for an application for 1 Jefferson and 7 Jefferson to be combined and used as a house of worship, the applicant continued to operate at the property at 1 Jefferson in defiance of a 2014 court judgment. And then when that 2014 court judgment was enforced, they continued to use the property as a house of worship. There's also the 2019 settlement agreement with the township that restricted the use of 1 Jefferson, so it would not be used as a house of worship. So that's the reason why some of the operations from 1 Jefferson were moved to other locations in the township. The applicant has now testified before this board that the operations of 1 Jefferson will be transferred to this property. Considering the settlement agreement that states that 1 Jefferson is not to be used as a house of worship, and considering the applicant's testimony that 1 Jefferson is actually being used as a house of worship, but it stipulates that it will return this property to use as a home, this applicant should put reasonable conditions on any approval for this application so that there are not two houses of worship operating next door. There should be no extension of house of worship operations from 165 Old Short Hills Road to 1 Jefferson. All house of worship operations set forth in the settlement agreement should be transferred to 165 Old Short Hills Road and not continue at 1 Jefferson. 1 Jefferson is zoned as a single-family residence, and the Township Zoning Board has denied an application for a D3 variance for failure to meet conditional use standards. The Township has an agreement with the applicant that clearly states that 1 Jefferson will not be used as a house of worship. Given the history of this matter, the Planning Board should carefully evaluate evidence. It is our position that the application should be denied for failure to meet conditional use standards and for failure to meet other Township ordinances, including stormwater requirements and buffers for this significant change in use. And these standards are reasonable and rational standards that the Township should enforce. Thank you very much for hearing me and considering my position.
Thank you. Mr. Levine?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much. I do want to thank you for your willingness to stick it out this evening. I know it's not standard operating procedure. We've all invested a lot of time and effort in these proceedings, and I thank you for hearing this thoroughly, giving everybody their due opportunity to be heard, and sacrificing some of your additional personal time to do that. So I do thank you for that. There's been a lot said. More than anyone throughout these proceedings, I've been arguing against duplicative and overly repetitive testimony, so I promise you I will not be guilty of that myself. Just very briefly, a handful of items that I think do need to be emphasized that may have been lost in the wash. There seems to be some notion that having an evolving plan that's responsive to questions and concerns that have been raised by the members of the board and its consultants and the neighbors is somehow, you know, a nefarious kind of operation. It's, you know, you should just come with a single application and it gets approved or denied. It's in the applicant's interest as well as the board's interest to, at the end of the day, have a development proposal that's consistent with the land use ordinances. It's the land use ordinances that the township governing body adopts that sets out the rules of the road. It's an expression of what the powers that be in town have determined advances the public good, advances the general welfare. So continuing efforts to meet those standards should be encouraged and is a good thing. And this applicant throughout this process has done that in a variety of ways. I mean, the whole issue that's come up with regard to the stormwater stems from, you may recall early on, we had a more conventional, traditional stormwater management plan with above-ground basins, and there was a great deal of consternation that we were going to lose a lot of mature trees, and it's much more impactful. And the applicant voluntarily undertook a radical redesign of the stormwater plan and to put it underground, preserving more trees, making it less impactful, more open green space, and there were, you know, additional studies and tests that had to be done in order to implement that. You know, we are proposing a sand filter that's entirely underground that would have shown nothing but a swale at ground level within 25 feet of the property line. There was a request that that be removed. We removed it. There were questions and complaints and concerns about a rain garden that we were proposing along the driveway and whether that's truly a rain garden. We eliminated that, get rid of the issue. We'll put a compliant stormwater management feature underground. Replacing the sidewalks along Old Short Hills Road, relocating the trash enclosure. This is as common, as I'm sure all the board members are very well aware, a standard process in processing and considering and ultimately taking action on an application that at the end of the day results in better development, more consistent with the township's expression of what constitutes appropriate zoning by having gone through that process. The applicant has also agreed to a host of conditions that they've stipulated to if this application were to be approved. Most of them are itemized at the end of Mr. Petto's most recent review memo, where he kind of summarizes recommended conditions of approval if the board were to approve the application. These include agreeing to noise testing post-installation with regard to the roof-mounted HVAC system. If I could just, by way of clarification and correction, the applicant actually submitted exhibits and renderings showing the roof-mounted HVAC, the screening, and that confirming that equipment would not be visible from the ground, located central to the roof and screened as it's proposed on the architectural plans. Agreeing to limits on hours of garbage pickup to nothing earlier than 7 a.m. To keep and maintain the 6-foot screening fence that currently exists on the west edge of the property. Putting shielding on all of our parking lot lighting to the point where the board's engineer has confirmed that it complies with all of the lighting design standards, and it also confirms that there will not in fact be any light spillage across the property lines. Agreeing to make those lights dark sky compliant. Only having security lighting on after certain hours. There is not a 24/7 light impact that will result from this application. Agreed to coordinate with the local police department during the celebration of high holidays for traffic control and security. All of those conditions agreed to by the applicant. Probably most importantly, the board, and certainly Mr. Warner will instruct you appropriately, the board's authority is extremely constrained when you have a conforming, permitted, or conditional use. And I know for many people that's frustrating, it maybe is counterintuitive, doesn't seem right. The cases are very clear as to this. And people may disagree with it, but that's simply the way that this land use process works. And those cases were summarized at length. I won't reiterate them here. My May 7th, 2025 letter brief to the board highlights those cases in detail. Simply speaking, as I said, the ordinance is what is the expression, this is the determination in Milburn as to what constitutes appropriate development. This board simply is not permitted to substitute its own judgment for that of the governing body as it's expressed in the zoning ordinance. There's this notion, if the applicant complies with conditional use standards, and I know the objector's attorney challenges that, if the conditional use standards are met, this board simply does not have the lawful authority to say, well, I don't feel that this fits in with the neighborhood. I don't think that it's appropriate for the neighborhood. I think this is too intense or overly developed site. Cases are also clear that by virtue of making this either a permitted or a conditionally permitted use, there's been a determination by the governing body that it's appropriate, and therefore off-site traffic conditions and perceived adverse off-site traffic consequences do not form a legitimate basis for the board to fail to approve an application such as this. There was also concerns expressed about the architectural design, whether it was appropriate, whether it would fit in with the area and the neighborhood. Without specific design, architectural design criteria in the zoning ordinance that would dictate specific standards that an applicant could refer to and understand and follow, just a subjective notion of what an applicant's design of its building should look like, again, is not a lawful grounds for denying an application. And as has been stated by a few folks here, I think the board should also definitely be mindful that this is just not a generic non-residential use, right? This is not a widget factory. This is it's a house of worship that's been identified as a matter of law as an inherently beneficial use. Our planner, Mr. Rickey, had testified that inherently beneficial uses, by definition, advance the general welfare in all zoning districts throughout the state of New Jersey. And as has been discussed, certainly there are very important and compelling constitutional and First Amendment implications here as well. We certainly believe and feel confident that the applicant has demonstrated that of the 12 conditional use standards, which include a 25-foot buffer from residential, that this application has demonstrated compliance with that. Mr. Petto and his planning consultant's memo certainly agrees. As to this question, this open question of whether or not there is a design waiver that may or may not be required from section 516.3, the applicant's position initially is that no, that does not apply and is not required. There's been lots of testimony. In fact, one of the objectors' exhibits submitted was the resolution of denial in 2023 from the Zoning Board of Adjustment. In that application, which I was personally involved with, excuse me, called for a house of worship for the High Center along Milburn Avenue with an existing residential use directly adjacent. In that instance, it was less than 25 feet away from the property line. This a design waiver was not identified as having been required for that application. In fact, even in this pending one before this board, there was no design waiver identified as being required pursuant to section 516.3 until over 6 months into these proceedings. And when you think about it and apply common rules of construction and statutory interpretation, if you have, on the one hand, specific, definite conditional use standards that say a house of worship has to be there has to be a buffer of 25 feet from a residential use, but then also at the same time say, well, no, there's another section of our ordinance where, in point of fact, you can't have any development whatsoever within 50 feet of the adjoining residence, and there must be a 6-foot fence, and there must be zigzagged landscaping when the conditional use standards only require a 25-foot buffer and actually also permit a parking lot, an active functioning parking lot within 20 feet of the property line. The general rule of thumb in terms of statutory construction is the specific governs over the general. The specific standards with regard to conditional use should be governing over the general. And again, Mr. Rickey had provided testimony as to why this might make sense, why this might be the case. And it's because a couple of things. One, he had testified it's in recognition that houses of worship may be less impactful than many other non-residential uses where a more extensive buffer might be more appropriate or required. He also provided fairly extensive testimony that traditionally and historically, houses of worship have been sited in residential areas. Presumably that's part of the reason why the governing body has made them conditionally permitted in a number of residential zones in town. Also, recognition that they have an inherently beneficial use status probably also informed that decision. But assuming even for the moment that a design waiver is required, a couple of important things to understand. It doesn't even rise to the level of a variance. The NJSA 40:55D-51B is what governs relief, granting design waivers and relief from design standards. And what you need to look at is whether or not what the applicant is proposing is reasonable and within the general purpose and intent of that standard. And certainly the applicant maintains that the 6-foot fence that we will repair and maintain and as a condition of any approval, keep along the western property line, in addition to the substantial evergreen landscaping that we're proposing, which we've now also agreed to install at 8 to 10 feet in height at planting, certainly is consistent with the general purpose and intent of the standard. And it's also important to appreciate the burden on the applicant is not to completely screen and make invisible its development and to have it be completely imperceptible to the neighborhood. Even if a variance were required for this, which is clearly not a bulk variance, or D3 variance for that matter, even if a bulk variance were required, the negative criteria, as this board is well aware, is the applicant would have to demonstrate that there will not be a substantial impairment of the zone plan and zoning ordinance and a substantial detriment to the public good. Not that there's none. It'd have to be substantial. The bar is even lower with regard to a design waiver. Not only with it being within the general purpose and intent of the standard, but also 55D-51B also talks about that fully complying with the requirement would be impracticable or involve undue or unnecessary hardship. You know, in this instance, people should remember and understand that this is not an excessively or overused site. The building coverage is much, much lower than what's required. 13% is permitted versus 5.83%, which is proposed. FAR, 25% is permitted versus 14.53% is proposed. And lot coverage, although we're certainly very close with lot coverage, we still have taken great pains to make sure that what we propose complies with the lot coverage standards. In order to have a house of worship that's functional, that meets the needs of the congregation, and provides enough parking that's required, taking in all the other considerations, there simply is not 50 extra feet of space along that western property line to have devoted exclusively as a buffer. I do want to remind the board, you don't have the plans right in front of you, there is a 25-foot area that has absolutely no, physical improvements, whatever, no parking, no lighting, not even an underground sand filter at this point. There is an existing fence that will remain. There's dense evergreen landscaping that's proposed. If that existing fence were to be pulled back 5 feet, which is one of the aspects of the buffer as it's defined in 6093, our plans clearly show that that would interfere with existing mature tree growth that the applicant is trying to preserve, which everyone, certainly the neighbors and the board, is generally in favor of trying to preserve. So even assuming that a design waiver would be required for that, certainly the applicant feels that a waiver of that sort would be more than justified. Finally, someone said earlier, and I couldn't agree more, I think there's really an opportunity here for this board, an opportunity to end this saga that we've all, and it's a sad story. And it's involved this congregation and folks here in town, and it stretches over many decades. It's an opportunity to end some of the acrimony. It's an opportunity to say yes to your neighbors, your fellow community members, long-standing members who have come before you and shared their shared experiences. It's an opportunity to further the goal of the master plan, which is to recognize and encourage township organizations and activities that strengthen business and social networks. It's an opportunity to further the purpose of the zoning ordinance, which is to foster development of the township in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare, as this faith community will certainly do by proposing a house of worship. There's also a sober reality here, and we've heard a lot about it this evening over the course of several hours. There's been years of fighting. There's been years of litigation and depositions and legal fees. These folks, they just want to worship and celebrate their faith together here in Millburn. They have demonstrated a dogged pursuit for several years to do just that. And they've shown their commitment, they've shown their faith, they've shown their determination before you this evening. That's not going to stop. They are determined. They have the resources, and they will persist, and this sad saga may continue. And if we can't agree on this plan, this is not a zoning board of adjustment plan. If we can't agree on this plan, and instead take the position, an inconsistent one in my view, that somehow this 50-foot buffer is required, and then further take the position that what's being proposed and offered is not satisfactory. It has to be 50, it can't be 25. And you can't have a screening fence on the property line. It must be pulled 5 feet back from the property line. And you can't just have landscaping behind the fence. You gotta have landscaping in front of the fence too. And we like zigzag plantings. So the plantings you're proposing, they have to be zigzag. They can't be straight. If that's the position that the board insists on taking, then I believe this board will lose. This board will lose, and I take no pleasure in that. And I believe the town will lose. And after discovery and depositions and document production and legal fees, at the end of the day, there may be a house of worship here, but in many ways, I believe the applicant will have lost also, because they never will have gotten an official yes from this town. They will never have received a yes. You are welcome to add your house of worship here in our town. They will never have received a yes, that you can worship and learn and celebrate in a new facility that meets your needs. Yes, you have done enough. Under the purposes of your zoning ordinance, Millburn aspires to be a small suburb of the highest quality. So please, I would urge this board to take action befitting a small suburb of the highest quality and approve this application.
Thank you, Mr. Levine.
Mr. Chairman, if you wish, before opening up to the board for deliberation and vote, I can just go over, hopefully relatively briefly, what the relief is that the applicant is seeking, if that would be a benefit to the board members.
Please.
First of all, the applicant is seeking preliminary and final major site plan approval. The applicant is seeking conforming conditional use approval. Our planner has, in his planning report number 3, May 6, 2025, for several pages, 2, 3, 4, well, no, 2 and 3, excuse me, has explained in detail why he concludes that the buffer standards set forth in the conditional use ordinance is satisfied, and this is not an application requiring a D3 a variance from the Zoning Board of Adjustment, but that this board has jurisdiction. I may not do it justice, but essentially it is pursuant to Section 67A of the Municipal Land Use Law. A zoning ordinance may provide for conditional uses to be granted by the Planning Board according to definite specifications and standards, which shall clearly set forth with sufficient certainty and definiteness to enable the developer to know their limit and extent. And when he has viewed those 12 conditional use standards, including specifically Section 609, he has determined that, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, that 25-foot standard is satisfied by the applicant and that they have a conforming conditional use application before this board. Hence, the notice would be sufficient for jurisdictional purposes. I would advise that while the applicant subsequently added and supplemented to that notice, that was not proof of a deficiency in the original notice by referencing, if I recall correctly, the daycare, and the board planner has determined that that is accessory to the house of worship use, which is, under the law, an inherently beneficial use. Our planner has also determined that in addition to the site plan relief and the conforming conditional use relief, there is design waiver relief required from Section 516.3 and .8 with respect to that 50-foot buffer and various items that are required to either be within that buffer or be outside of that buffer. My understanding is he has determined that that design waiver is required of the applicant, correct, Graham? So the relief sought is not a fully conforming preliminary and final major site plan approval, but one that has one design waiver requirement with respect to that buffer requirement. The standard is 51B. It was accurately cited by applicant's counsel. It's a reasonable or impracticable type standard, and I'm not going to get into the reasons why. You've heard arguments on both sides. You'll make that determination as to whether the burden of proof was met or not. With respect to a conforming conditional use, the applicant is correct that there's a fairly limited jurisdiction that the board has over such a use, if indeed it is fully conforming. Our planner's analysis, in my opinion, is reasonable. I am not saying what the planning analysis is. I am saying his planning analysis is reasonable and a reasonable interpretation of the MLUL provision 67 and the applicable ordinances to make the determination that the buffer is standard in the conditional use ordinance is satisfied, and thus this board has the jurisdiction, and it's a conforming conditional use. And I believe it's also reasonable, his determination as the planner for this board, that a design waiver is required. In addition to that, it is the 51B standard. So that is the relief sought. Preliminary and final major site plan approval, conforming conditional use, and one design waiver under section 516.3 and .8 with respect to the 50-foot buffer. As mentioned, if it's a conforming conditional use, there's very limited planning board discretion for such a use. It's a permitted use, and in essence, the applicant, the role of the planning board is as gatekeeper to confirm that it is in fact a conforming conditional use. If you make that determination, they've effectively satisfied the obligation with respect to that conforming conditional use. The site plan approval, even if there were not a waiver, is also a limited jurisdiction that this planning board has. However, it has some jurisdiction. And that jurisdiction is, while you cannot consider off-site, if it were fully conforming, off-site traffic conditions, you can, and this is what we call the Dunkin' Donuts doctrine, under the Dunkin' Donuts case and its progeny, you can consider site circulation and ingress and egress, and particularly safety associated therewith, in making a determination, even if it were a fully conforming site plan, whether or not the applicant has met their burden of proof with respect to same. And as I mentioned here, it's not fully conforming to the extent that there is this buffer requirement under section 516, which is clearly, as interpreted by the planning board planner, and in my estimation, a reasonable interpretation, it is a design waiver standard, not a conditional use standard. I've already mentioned why I believe the notice was and continues to be sufficient, and the board always had jurisdiction to hear and decide this application and still does. And I'm trying to address some of the other legal issues that were raised. With respect to deed restrictions, first of all, there have been arguments made that there is no prohibition against a house of worship on this particular site vis-a-vis those deed restrictions. But more importantly, any potential restriction, whether it exists or not, is not the jurisdiction of this board. If you find that the burden of proof has been met to meet the preliminary and final major site plan, conforming conditional use, and the one design waiver, that is a condition of approval. If indeed there is a deed restriction that may or may not be applicable, that's either for the parties to that deed restriction to resolve contractually amongst themselves, or for a court of law, because we're quasi-judicial, but we're not judicial. We don't decide those issues. Then a court of law would decide that issue, to the extent a court of law has not already decided that issue. So just like any other agency approval, that would be a requirement for any applicant to satisfy, or any law or regulation for any applicant to satisfy. If they receive your approval on any application, that is a condition of approval to be resolved by them, not to be resolved by this board. It's outside our jurisdiction. If I recall correctly, the case Klein, K-L-I-N-E, versus Bernardsville, is one case that stands for that proposition. I think those are essentially all the legal issues that have been raised, and I wanted to provide some benefit with respect to same. If indeed the board, it's a majority for passage, it's been brought to my attention that while it may look as if we have 9 board members who can vote this evening, regrettably we have 8. Our board member to my immediate left has informed me that there was a problem with the audio in the recording for the last hearing that he did his best to qualify himself to vote for this evening, but was not able to do so. So we do not have 9, we have 8. It is a majority for passage. So obviously that would be at least 5 out of the 8 qualified board members who can vote this evening. Are there any other questions of me?
Yeah, I have a question. Can you just review the standards for approving or denying a design waiver?
Sure, it's 51B. A design waiver, and Mr. Petto can weigh in because he does this as well. It's a fine line between law and planning when you get to the criteria. But the standard under 51B, first of all, you have D variances, then below them, if you will, you have bulk variances. It's a lower standard. The lowest standard for the 3 types of deviations are design waivers or site plan exceptions. So this does not quite rise to the level of a C1 undue hardship or C2 benefits substantially outweigh the detriments type bulk variance that you're more used to, perhaps. But the standard for a design waiver is set forth in 51B with respect to site plan approvals. And it is, the board has the power to grant such waivers or exceptions as may be reasonable. You decide what's reasonable. And within the general purpose and intent of the provisions for site plan review and approval of an ordinance adopted pursuant to this article, the MLUL. If the literal enforcement of one or more provisions of the ordinance is impracticable or will exact undue hardship because of peculiar conditions pertaining to the land in question. It sounds a little bit, as you know, like part of the positive criteria for a C1 undue hardship variance, but not quite the entirety of it. And there is no negative criteria, the negative criteria being no substantial detriment to the public good and no substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. That does not come into the analysis. So that is the standard for the design waiver. And Graham, I'd have to ask you if you want, if the board needs to hear exactly what extent you've concluded that design waiver to be a well, I should say the plan to be a deviation from that design waiver. I know there's the fencing, the plantings are not entirely compliant. Oh, he needs a mic.
Yes, so as I've indicated in my memo dated from May 6th, the buffer standard contained within 516.3 requires that all parking and loading areas and parking lots shall be buffered from adjoining streets, existing residential uses, and residential zoning districts in accordance with section 609.3. And I indicate that the application as presented does not comply with 609.3A, which requires a 50-foot buffer. However, the standard is distinct and apart from the conditional use standard in DRZ 606.2.d.1, which requires a minimum 25-foot buffer. So we have a difference in numeric requirements for the buffer standard. And then in addition, the applicant requires a design waiver for 609.3B, which requires that fencing installed within the buffer area shall be set back from the property line at least 5 feet, and landscape screening shall be provided between the fence and the property line abutting the residential user zone. The applicant proposes to maintain the existing fence in its location along the property line, and I believe that Mr. Levine indicated in some summary comments that there are some existing trees or mature trees in that location that may inhibit the ability to relocate that fence 5 feet from the property line. So those are things for the board to consider.
And as I understand it, Graham, you're considering that one design waiver, albeit perhaps it's a 1A and 1B.
That's correct.
For those of us who have OCD. Okay.
So is it correct that we would first have to make a determination on the conditional use and then, if approved, the design waiver?
Well, you look at the application as a whole. You've heard competing versions from the experts, obviously, for the applicant and the objector. You've heard your planning advice from our planner, you've heard our engineering advice from our engineer, independent for the board. The application is presented as a whole. It should be considered as a whole and only one vote, in my opinion. And it should either be a motion to grant preliminary and final major site plan approval and a conforming conditional use and the design waiver with all the conditions stipulated to, or, in the alternative, a motion to deny. It should not be broken up. In the context of your discussions, if somebody thinks that there is a conditional use condition that is violated from, you should discuss it. But I don't want to say too much other than what the law is and what the experts have testified to in their respective positions and our independent board experts have testified to.
So I guess the question, though, is what if we did break it up? And I know you just said you didn't want to do that, but what if we believe that the conditional standard use, the 12 conditions have been met, however, we're not willing to grant that design waiver?
Well, then when you deliberate, you explain why your vote is a yes or a no. But it should be one vote, or else bifurcating it and leads to problems.
But that can be a condition of approval. We
No,
approve this based on that we don't waive the design. Can be
You have to determine whether this is a conforming conditional use, as per the testimony. You have to determine whether a design waiver is necessary or not. And if you determine it's a conforming conditional use and a design waiver is not necessary, then it's just a fully conforming site plan and a conditional use. If you decide it's a conforming conditional use and there is a design waiver, then it's fully conforming, but for that one design waiver, you have to decide it. But they have to have met the burden of proof for all the relief that you determine is required.
So can I just ask, before it gets too late, and I'm getting really, really tired, I have it's probably a 4-minute statement that I'd like to read for the board before we continue with the deliberations. Is that acceptable to the chairman?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. It's a prepared statement, but this is not prepared. I want to just say that, house of worship is deemed to be legally a beneficial use, and I think it's clear from the testimony from the congregation tonight that it's a lot more than legally a beneficial use, it's clearly a beneficial use. I just want to put that out there. That's not part of my prepared statement. So, this application seeks approval for a house of worship in the R3 residential zone, which is permitted only as a conditional use. One of the mandatory conditions under 606(2)(d)(1) that governs the conditional uses is that a 25-foot buffer be provided to any adjacent residential use or zone. However, the term buffer is not defined anywhere in the Township zoning ordinance, not in 606(2), not in the general definitions, not elsewhere. That leaves it to this board to interpret what a buffer must do, not just what it must measure. Fortunately, the ordinance does offer us some guidance here. 609.3, which governs buffer areas in commercial and office zones that abut residential zones, provides the Township's clearest articulation of what a buffer is intended to accomplish. It states in 609.3c, quote, "In the remaining buffer area, a solid and continuous landscape screen shall be planted and properly maintained to conceal the parking area, eliminate the glare of automobile lights throughout the year, and screen the building from the abutting residential areas." And 609.3e confirms that the approving authority, which is us, may consider the effectiveness of existing vegetation in providing the desired screening and may consider other factors which may alter the design of the buffer. While 609.3 does not formally apply to conditional uses in the R3 zone, its principles are both relevant and necessary. This section reflects the Township's own policy judgment about what buffers are meant to accomplish. It is therefore an appropriate and reasonable guide for interpreting the buffer requirement in 606(2)(d)(1)(j). With that standard in mind, screening, glare elimination, and protection of residential neighbours, we can evaluate that applicant's response. The applicant has made multiple revisions to the proposed buffer over the course of several hearings, but none of these revisions satisfy the functional requirement. At the outset, the applicant declined to, quote, touch the fence, unquote, on the western boundary, despite that being the only physical separation between the parking lot and adjacent homes. They later agreed to repair the fence, but explicitly rejected the standards set out in 609.3, claiming they were inapplicable. Eventually, the applicant submitted a revised landscaping plan, but this was piecemeal and reactive. It never directly addressed the functional goals outlined in 609.3c. The proposal fails to eliminate headlight glare, does not establish a continuous and effective visual screen, and does not mitigate the visual intrusion of the parking lot or building. The applicant's engineer testified that the boundary fence would block automobile headlights, but this claim is contradicted by the site's topography. The parking area is elevated above the adjacent residential properties, meaning automobile lights will shine over any fence installed at the lower boundary line. Some board members have suggested installing a second fence closer to the parking area at a higher elevation, which would actually mitigate this impact. The applicant declined to pursue that approach. We are told that any remaining deficiencies may be addressed through a, quote, design waiver, but that misunderstands the scope of our authority, in my opinion. While some design details might be waivable under certain conditions, such as the spacing between trees, the type of evergreen used, or the material of the fence, the underlying purpose of the buffer, which is to screen the parking lot, eliminate glare, and protect residential properties, cannot be waived. That is a mandatory condition of the conditional use. This application does not meet that condition. The applicant has also suggested that other commercial developments abutting residential zones lack buffers, but those examples are almost certainly grandfathered under prior ordinances. The fact that older developments were built before current standards were adopted does not excuse new applications from complying with the law as it stands today. The buffer as proposed does not function as a buffer, and crucially, the applicant has not argued, and the record does not suggest, that compliance with the buffer requirement would burden the applicant's religious exercise. There is no a lupa issue here. This is a straightforward zoning case, a non-residential use next to single-family homes, and a proposal that fails to provide the protection that the ordinance requires. If we approve this application, we effectively declare that the word buffer means little more than a 25-foot setback with some plantings. That would set a dangerous precedent, gutting a key protective standard and inviting future applicants to do the same. For these reasons, I will vote to deny the application. If the applicant wishes to proceed, I believe they should return with a plan that meaningfully satisfies the buffer condition and addresses the legitimate and well-founded concerns of the neighbouring residents. Thank you.
I concur with the statement we just heard from Jonathan. Throughout this process, there have been individuals that have said this is a fully conforming application. They say it again and again. That doesn't make it true. The truth is this is not a fully conforming application. It does not satisfy the buffer requirements, and I don't believe it satisfies the stormwater requirements, as we've heard testimony tonight that inadequate testing was done. There were parts of the stormwater control system where they didn't do any borings. They completely left out the middle. And as we've heard testimony, they are indeed 3 separate systems. Now, we have extended every latitude. We have gone above and beyond, and we have bent over backwards to accommodate this application. I cannot remember another application before this planning board that has been allowed to go through so many revisions. And that's made it very complicated, because what happens is something comes up, they make a revision, but the members of the public can't go back and question the original testimony of the experts, in light of the revisions that were made. So, I think that this has been problematic from the get-go, and I think that we should not have allowed it to go on as we have. I also have serious concerns about the accuracy and efficacy of the professionals that are supposed to be working on behalf of this board. If it wasn't for the objector's expert, we may never have found out about the numerous issues and deficiencies within this application. And while they may have tried to correct some of them, there are major issues that remain. The buffer requirement is not satisfied. Therefore, that, in conjunction with the stormwater requirements issue, I think makes this an application that should be denied. Furthermore, I don't think that this is something that can be remedied by adding additional conditions. We've heard testimony, and there's evidence in place that makes me question the credibility of the applicant. I have grave concerns that if we put conditions on this application, they may get agreed to, but I don't know that they're going to be followed. We have seen evidence and we've heard testimony that this applicant has violated settlement agreements. We have received evidence that suggests that. So I just don't think this is an application that can be cured by imposing additional conditions. I don't think the application is, it's not fully conforming. And that's what we have to vote on. This is not about religion. I really, like, the stories that we heard tonight do tug at the heartstrings. Yes, this group of individuals should be able to build a synagogue and worship as they see fit in town. The thing is, throughout the years, every time they've tried to do this, they have never presented a fully conforming application. They've had opportunities to do so. They had a perfect opportunity to do so here. If they had shrunk the size of the building, I think they would have a lot less problems. But no, they chose to maximize lot coverage, and they chose not to follow the buffers, and they chose not to comply with the stormwater management requirements. So for all of these reasons, I think we need to deny this application. And if they want to come back with another application that's fully conforming, we can consider it then.
I want to start off my comments by saying I am Jewish. I am a staunch supporter of my faith and Israel, but I don't think this has anything to do about religion. I think the people who are opposed to this application are opposed to it because of the practical implications it has on their lives and their houses. That being said, I think the conditional use ordinance is clear. It outlines 12 conditions to be a conditional use. The only really relevant one here that we're debating is the buffer. 606-2DJ outlines that there must be a minimum buffer of 25 feet to a residential area. The term buffer is not defined in the township's regulations. It is a lowercase buffer. It does not include any cross-reference to any other sections in the regulations like other conditions actually do. If the township wanted to use the definition of buffer and the description of buffer in 609, it could have cross-referenced like it has in other parts. Therefore, I do not think that 609 applies, and that while I personally disagree that 25 feet is sufficient in this instance, and I do wish that the applicant had, instead of agreeing to fix a dilapidated fence, if you drive by, it is very dilapidated, and just, the applicant did comment that they have the resources to fight this. Well, if you have the resources to fight this, why? Just appease your neighbors and put a new fence up. That's a lot less cost than litigation. Having said that, I still think that they are unfortunately in compliance with the statute. I don't think that the issue is, or I should say, I think the issue is the statute, unfortunately, and on this board, I am compelled to interpret that statute, and as it stands, I do think it complies with the statute. While I disagree and wish that the applicant was more conforming, and I use that term, conforming to the wishes and thoughts of their neighbors, I do think it's a conforming application.
Could I just one very brief comment? I'm sorry I'm butting in here. I think we can, I separate the 50-foot issue out, that we had plenty of testimony that if the definition of buffer applies, the 50-foot doesn't apply, so that's not an issue here. The real issue is what's in the 25 feet, and I completely concur. If you have the resources to fight to the death, you're really fighting to the death over putting something in there that's going to satisfy the intent of 609.3. That's what you're fighting to the death over, and it doesn't make any sense to me.
So I don't have anything in writing to say, But during the whole evening today, I was feeling very attacked because everybody was saying that if we don't approve this, it's against your religion. This is an act of discrimination. I moved to this town. I'm part of a minority group too, and I always was very welcome. My kids go to the school, and we are very welcome. Most of my neighbors are Jewish people who moved to this town because other towns there was aggression between with them, and they moved here and they were feeling very safe. So, but today here I said, oh, maybe I moved to the wrong town, and I heard people in favor of this application saying this is for the community, this is for cohesive community, for inclusion. I'm sorry, but you divided the community today. Because if we don't approve this, we are the bad people. This is how I feel. This is very personal. I don't know if I can say that, but this is personal. This is not just as a board member. As a neighbor, I feel attacked today. For me, the biggest issue here is I don't know who I should trust about the, I'm not an expert on stormwater management. We have two different opinions. And of course, we have our engineer from the town that we should trust, but also I should trust the other engineer. Why I cannot trust the other engineer? The other engineer said, you shouldn't approve this because this is going to be a problem for the future. So now, I don't know what to do. I don't know if we should approve it. I don't know if we shouldn't approve it. So I'm very confused, and I don't know, I hope to hear everybody else to see if I can make a decision.
So I think it's very interesting what you just said, where you don't know whether you should or you shouldn't approve it. And part of the responsibility of the applicant is the burden of proof. If you're at a point where you're not sure, they haven't met the burden of proof. They haven't proved their case. So I think the answer is clear there. In absence of that, all other things being equal, I think you have to ask yourself, did they meet the burden of proof? Did they adequately convince this body with their testimony and their experts that this should be approved? And it sounds like there are still outstanding questions. There are outstanding buffer issues. I don't think they've met the burden of proof, and we've heard testimony consistent with that.
Also, I want to add one more thing. We are talking about the house of worship, which of course we should have a house of worship in our residential neighborhood, because people need to walk to those places. But when I ask in one of my first meetings here, are you going to have a sidewalk you are going to have one on Old Shore Hills Road, but not on the other one. So it's a contradiction. You want people to walk, but you are not willing to provide a sidewalk, which is safety. And I said at the beginning, and the attorney said, we are not going to do that. So that's also a contradiction that I feel about community, residential neighborhood, but you are not willing to work with the community. As here he said, how much cost to move the fence? Nothing. You are spending a fortune here. I know how much money you are spending because I work in planning boards all the time. But you are not willing to move a fence. You are not willing to build a sidewalk for your community. I'm not talking about me. I'm living far from that area. For your own community, so they can walk to your house of worship. So that's also, I don't know, something that bothers me a little.
I think regarding the burden of proof, and Steve, you can reiterate what that is, but we're not in a criminal proceeding, so it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. So just something else to consider they have to satisfy a burden of proof, but we also have to consider what that burden of proof is in this particular instance.
Standard was provided, and yeah, the applicant's burden of proof. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt, but certainly a preponderance of the evidence.
So I asked.
Not balance of probabilities.
So I asked my question about the design waiver because I think that's what a lot of this turns on. You know, I do believe that it is a conforming application, and I can even understand that it's confusing because it's in two different places, whether it's 25 feet or 50 feet. But the fact that the fence that they refuse to move, which is clear cut and requires a design waiver, I don't see why we need to grant that. I mean, they're mature trees. They've knocked down plenty of mature trees, and they can replace them on both sides of the fence like it says you're supposed to do. And there's no willingness to do that. And that's why I asked if that sinks the whole thing, and Mr. Warner said that it does. So that's the way I have to vote.
Well, I would just go one step further too, because I think the intent of the buffer is more than just moving the fence 5 feet or doing this and that. And then you could argue that moving the fence 5 feet could be subject to a design waiver if it was impractical. But the intent, which is to block the glare, and the other requirements in 609(3)(c) are still not met. So I think whether one piece of it or not is a design waiver.
But it's not impractical to move the fence. You could move
No,
the
no,
fence.
I agree. I agree it is practical, but I'm saying even if it wasn't, it's the difference between a cosmetic thing and you know, avoiding a cosmetic thing and the intent of the thing, which we can't really avoid. Because we're not being fair to the neighbors if we do that.
Right, I agree 100% with what's being said. Look at things as, okay, did they prove traffic? Traffic, I think, there's no way of getting around it. It's not a great street to begin with, so adding more in, it's not, you can't do anything about it. It is what it is. Stormwater, I have my concerns with stormwater. I am an engineer. I don't like it that we already have problems. We're adding into it. We've had the stormwater design change. It's increased the outflow in this last rendition. There's still a question out as to whether or not the sand filter is allowable by the DEP. It was brought up by the Green Commission or the Environmental Commission. And we've heard two different answers on that. Yeah, again, the borings, to make sure that the stormwater is gonna work, spend the extra couple dollars, you know, instead of going to litigation on whether or not it's gonna work later on, should it happen. The buffer, very simple to comply, even if, you know, even if it's not required, the intent, everybody knows the intent. And you're trying to be a good member of the community. For the little extra money, again, I think it should be done. Conditional use, I don't have a problem with that. I think they meet all those, right? Outside of the buffer, but as far as the 25-foot, what I think is important there, and that takes precedence over the 50-foot, that's met. It's the safety, and yeah, the stormwater. Let's say we do have a problem, the manhole does start overflowing, resurging, and now we cause a traffic problem. That can't happen. All right, so that needs to be thoroughly vetted before that actually happens. And I don't think it is an undue hardship, and I don't think it is impracticable to do the things we're asking, to get them to fully compliant site plan. And that's where I stand.
Also, on the traffic, so Mr. Warner pointed out what we can and cannot consider with regards to the traffic. And I think what he said we could consider is the site circulation and the ingress and the egress. And I do believe the way that it's structured now, the ingress and egress are going to have negative externalities and cause problems on Old Short Hills Road. I have concerns if someone exiting Park is taking a left and someone exiting the driveway is trying to take a left. There's no traffic signal there. I was recently at an intersection that was similar, and someone tried to take a left, and I was about to take a left and realized I can't do that because I would collide with the other car. So I do think that there are issues with the ingress and egress. I think it will cause a danger in an already dangerous road. So I think that, you know, needs to get considered as well, because we are allowed to consider that.
Just explain one more time. Explain one more time about how we can say it's conforming, but not give the design waiver somehow.
With the chair's permission, they're two separate items. If you determine as our planner has determined that a design waiver is required, that is a separate item of relief. So even if you find that it's a fully conforming conditional use, and even if you found it was a fully conforming site plan otherwise, even if you did not have the concerns that you are allowed to have and the jurisdiction you're allowed to have with respect to site circulation and ingress and egress, even with all of those things, they still have to separately and independently establish an entitlement to a design waiver for 516.3 and .8, that buffer requirement, and that is that 51B impracticable or undue hardship type standard. So that is how you can do it. That is why it is and how it is separate. And it is true, applicant has the burden of proof as to all items of relief.
I'd like to say the applicant has not submitted a site plan that is compliant with stormwater management, the buffer. We could go on. But to me, this application, to me, it is not complete without this site plan. And we've gotten variations and versions and revisions and all this other stuff, but what we haven't gotten is actually what are they doing and what are they not doing. And the stormwater, to me, the stormwater management, I'm yet proof that, it's been resolved.
So I have a question. So the stormwater management that many of us feel that doesn't comply is part of one of those conditions that they have to comply as a conditional use? Where is that in this approval process?
It's not a conditional use standard, and Mr. Petto can weigh in as well, but a feasible stormwater management system is something that the board can consider in the context of a site plan application, irrespective of any variance relief or design waiver. There are certain items in a site plan application for general welfare safety that can be considered, and they have to be able to have a compliant stormwater management system and to be able to establish that to you. Whether they did or not, that's up to you to determine from the evidence you heard. You heard one expert engineer said they did, one expert engineer said they didn't, and a third or independent engineer concurred, essentially, as I understood it, with the applicant's engineer. So, but it is a component of even a fully conforming site plan application that needs to be established, I guess is the best way to put it. Graham, would you concur or feel free to disagree?
I concur with your assessment.
So with regard to the stormwater management, I did have reservations and concerns that after probably the 10th meeting we had, we learned that there were actual concerns with the stormwater system and that our engineer had to take a new look at it. But now that the applicant has done a lot more boring, and yes, they have not done boring in the middle section, we have been informed that part of the process is that when the town goes out to do an inspection before any systems are put in the ground, if there is an issue with the water table in that particular spot, then the town won't approve it, and the site and the engineering plan would have to be rectified. So between the extra boring findings that they had and the system and the safe of having our inspectors on site, I'm comfortable with the stormwater system.
Just to add to that, I think I'm relatively comfortable to as it stands, just based on the profiles don't know what's going on with this mic, but I concur.
To 1:30 or 2?
So moved.
Where are we? I can't even see. Go to 1:30 or 2 o'clock?
I think we're.
Make a motion. Everybody in the audience, can you please quiet down? Our court reporters having issues hearing.
No, we have our motion, so please continue and complete your deliberations and your vote.
Unless anyone else has anything further to say, I would make a motion to deny this application based on the criteria that we've. I make a motion to deny this application for all the reasons that have been stated forth during our deliberations. I think this should be denied at this point.
I'll second.
Roll call, please. A roll call vote. Why? I don't know yet. Yes.
Yeah, I don't agree.
I'm sorry.
I don't agree with the motion.
You don't agree?
No.
So you're voting no on the
No,
motion?
no on the motion.
To deny. Okay, we have one no on the motion to deny.
Yes.
Yes on the motion to deny. Just again, a yes is a deny, a no is a not deny.
Yes on the motion to deny.
Yes.
Corey Biller?
I think it is a conforming application, but I do not agree with the design waiver, so, which, so says that,
That's a yes, that's how I
okay.
feel.
They have to get them all.
Okay.
Okay. Jonathan Baxter?
Yes.
Gaston Halbert?
Yes.
Jorge
I
Mastropietro?
think you have enough votes. You don't need me.
Do you need to? I need
So
you to
yes.
do it.
So that's a.
Motion carries.
Yeah, 7-1, motion to deny carries, the matter is closed.
I don't know if you did or not, but yeah, if you want, you're welcome to it if you want to.
No, but come on, you gotta get to a neighborhood. Yes.
It's been a long ride. Good night, everybody.
Where do you have your fuel?
Always have fuel.